to Juliet, cross 25 right, 0.75.
Juliet, cross 25 right, over to ground, Moxie 562.
Golf 6472, keep moving to golf, keep moving cross 25 right, 0.75, see ya.
Keep moving across, 25 right, LS 472.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Los Angeles. It's another beautiful day. It's a little hazy here today, a little moisture in the air. Well, that's good for the skin, as they always say. Jump on camera here. Hello everyone, I'm Plane Jockey Kevin back here at an Imperial Hill. Hope you guys are all having a great week. It is Friday. Oh yes, who's ready for the weekend? I certainly am. Of course, we're bringing you into the weekend with some plane spotting action here at LAX. Thanks you guys for tuning in. Plane Jockey Rudy was going to be with me here today, but as you, some of you guys know, his grandfather is in poor health, and so he had to travel back to the Coachella Valley this morning. So our thoughts and prayers with the Silvas there, out there in the Coachella Valley. So I'll be your plane jockey here today as we continue or starts our plane action here at LAX.
Delta 713 LA Tower.
Of course,
Are we 2311 or
I'm sorry, I almost called it Imperial Hill. I'm at Imperial Hill. That is Tom Bradley International Terminal over there. ANA on the Pond Airways, the Dreamliner sitting there, as well as the Korean Air A380 Super and the Asiana A380 Super. Both those Supers will be heading up to the north side. Arriving just a few minutes ago was Turkish, the 777-300ER, coming in from Istanbul. Eva, the 777, heading up to the north side, heading back to Taipei. Starting off our show this morning. That was American Airlines Flight 1899 heading to Indianapolis, Indiana. It's 11-year-old 737-800. If you guys are watching the behind the scenes here today, we're having a little software issue with our encoders, so the behind-the-scenes audio is coming off the camera here today. I apologize. We had it on. We had it going to the mixer earlier, and then we lost it. So instead of just completely killing the BTS here today, just so you know, the audio on the BTS, that is behind-the-scenes camera. You can stare at me all day long, is unfortunately coming off the camera. We'll get that fixed hopefully by Sunday for Sunday's show.
Over 360 carryover, no voice.
But American Dreamliner wasted no time heading over to Terminal 4.
Over 360, how do you hear?
Yo, Copa.
Try different radio first, but Juliet, cross 25 right, 0.75.
Copa with a special livery, the 737 MAX 9, coming from Panama City. Having a little feedback issue with their radio. Beautiful special livery on the 737 MAX 9.
121 LA Tower, 25, left to the land, we need your 10. Let me know when the passengers are all done going to the bathroom.
All right, we'll let you know back in 1999.
American flights ATC was just talking to was a flight that was about to depart, but not just one, but a few people getting up to use the restroom. It's a beautiful livery on that Copa. American Dreamliner was the flight coming in from Chicago here, flight 2012. It's a brand new 737-9 Dreamliner. Our next takeoff heading to Houston, Texas, United Airlines flight 2086. Also a 737 MAX 9. I also want to say hello to everyone watching over on Facebook, on our Facebook profile. Once again, live here today. Hello, everyone. If you are watching on Facebook, hello. If you'd like to get involved in the chat, we do have a massively large chat going on over here on our YouTube channel. But if you just want to like lurk and watch, you got two options here today. We got Facebook as well as YouTube, giving you the options.
55, JetBlue 100 of 54B is on the way up. 54 Taker. Yep, it's occupied by JetBlue. Okay, give me a heads up when we can start heading that way. Will do.
All right, Eva making that turn onto Echo, heading up there to the north side. Of course, that's where we were at all day on Wednesday for some awesome action at Plane Spotter Paradise.
54 Alpha access is what we're showing. Yeah, double JetBlue 20. Okay. American A380 is Bravo 17, cross 25 right, 175, yeah. Bravo 17, cross 25 right, 175, American 1995, yeah. 2086, Qantas still got a part, just yet. Have a good one today, 2086.
In fact, I haven't been here
Hotel Juliet, cross 25 right,
at Imperial Hill. It would be 2 weeks
Hotel Juliet, cross 25 right, over to Grand
from Sunday. So it's been a while since I've been here at the Hill.
46 Bravo, correct?
It was a great show on Wednesday there at Plane Spotter Paradise.
American 442, you're still waiting for 46 Bravo, correct?
Lots of surprises, including that Boeing 737-200. That was certainly the highlight of the day. Of course, the closure of 24 left for an hour for the monthly maintenance, bringing just one heavy, the KLM Dreamliner over to 24 right. But it was a great day. It's definitely paradise over there. I don't know how to tell you guys. If you've never been there, there's a breeze that comes off the ocean and it just goes right down Lincoln up on that hill and hits you right there. You never, and it was a hot day. It was a warm day on a Wednesday, and Rudy and I were there for that whole time. And never once did we go look at each other and go, my gosh, it's hot. Never once. It's just a cool breeze coming off the ocean, and that's what I call paradise. Getting as close to the planes and not overheating at the same time. Of course, you don't want to overdo paradise either. I don't want you guys to get tired of paradise.
54 Alpha, correct?
Just yet.
Affirmative, 54 Alpha. All right, they got people out there in the beacons. Let's move you here. Quebec, cross 25 right, 0.75. See ya. Okay, cross 25 right at Quebec, 0.75. American 255, thank you.
Next takeoff here on the Southside is American Airlines flight 1105 heading to Charlotte. It's an A321neo. Also have Alaska Airlines flight 1334 heading to Belize City, a 737 MAX 9 also heading down to 25 right here on the south side of LAX. Our legend Shane with a $550 super chat through Tip Alert. Thank you so much, Shane. Shane says, happy Friday, Kevin. Have a great show. Well, thank you so much, Shane. Amazing support as always. Thank you so much. We can't thank Legend Shane enough for the amazing support that Shane gives the channel every single show. Thank you so much, Shane. I hope your week is going well as we take you into the weekend. Of course, I'll be back here on Sunday. More than likely, I will be here once again by myself on Sunday. No big deal. We're just our thoughts and prayers with the Silva family there in the Coachella Valley. We're all thinking of you guys, if you're watching. Thank you so much, Jane.
It's 1105, wind 230 on that Docker. 25 right for the takeoff.
All right, next takeoff is an American Airlines A321neo heading to Charlotte, flight 1105.
25 right, Alaska 1334.
Kai says she's still recovering from the 24-hour stream. Me too. Rudy and I on Wednesday, we were like all gung-ho. We had all the energy in the world, and about 3 hours into it, I don't know, I hit a wall. I said, maybe we haven't recovered from the 24 hours just yet. And I think yesterday, we went to lunch at the Proud Bird. If you guys saw our social media, the Emirates A380 Super making a very rare Southside arrival on 25 left. Rudy was in the middle of eating a fried pickle. Talk about being in the pickle. Couldn't decide to finish the pickle or pick up the camera and, of course, grab a shot of the A380. Of course, they did both. Sky Team at Delta 767 to 400 ER up there on the north side. It's been a while since I've been over here at an Imperial Hill on a Friday. Of course, the H Hotel is having a party on the rooftop deck tonight. Now, that is open to the public, just so you know. Food and drinks and a DJ. We just choose not to go there when they have the DJ because, you know, DJs and our live streams just don't mix very well. So I hope they have a great time high atop the H Hotel. Of course, it was already a week ago since we started our 24-hour live stream. I can't believe it's been a week. And I can't believe it's not butter. Eva Air, 777 to 300 ER heading back to Taipei, taking off there on the north side. My friend 757 Chip with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much to Chip. So nice. You caught the 737-200 on Wednesday. We had a 727-200 freighter at DFW last night, and I happened to be there to catch it. I did see that on Walt Stream last night. What a beauty. Used to be an American Airlines. It was first delivered to American Airlines in 1981 as a passenger plane. It's obviously now a freighter. But boy, yeah, what a treat that was on Walt Stream last night. 727-200. Of course, there's a few of those out there, but not too many, including those 737-200s. Good to see you, Chip. Hope you got some great shots. Donna, gifting 5 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Donna. I had no idea that Ameriflights, that was the 737-200 that we caught on Wednesday. I had no idea. I thought for sure that would have been a cargo plane. That was a passenger plane. And I thought, geez. The last time we saw a 737-200 as a passenger plane was that one in Honolulu, if you guys remember, which used to be an old America West 737-200. So you know I was in heaven when I saw that. And just the sound of the 737-200 buzzing by us there at Plane Spotter Paradise just made my day. There's just no mistaking that sound of those engines on that 737-200. Certainly brings back memories. American Airlines Flight 2832 heading to Dallas-Fort Worth, Texas, an A321 over there on Charlie. I believe that's the flight that had the passengers get up. We also have a United Airlines Flight 39 heading to Tokyo Haneda. That's 787-10 Dreamliner. Should be pushing back from Terminal 7. Next arrival here on the south side is Korean Air Cargo Flight 207 coming in from Seoul to 777 Freighter. Beep, beep. It's very hazy today. Like I said, it's good for the skin. A lot of moisture in the air.
Air Mexico 644, the tower crossing 017 777, touching down, number 25, left to the right.
Clear line, runway 27.
Don't normally see these 777 freighters with Korean Air go all the way to Lima, but you never know. More than likely, it will exit at Alpha 8, maybe Alpha 7. Looks like it's slowing down quite a bit, so maybe Alpha 7 turn off.
3 and 207 heavy left turn, left and Alpha. Contact ground, 121.75.
Left turn, Alpha 175, Korean Air 207.
Looks like it's going to go all the way to Alpha 8. We do Singapore, the 777-300ER, wasting no time onto Bravo, heading to the gates. Let's go over to Singapore. Should be making a left-hand turn onto taxiway Lima. Also had that Delta SkyTeam 767-400ER taking off there on the north side at 24 left. I think that is the flight heading to Atlanta, Georgia. Is it June gloom? No, this is actually not gloomy. It's just, I don't know how to describe it. It's just typical summer haze. And this is definitely not the June gloom. It's just hazy. It's not, you know, this is just what we have every summer, unfortunately. It's just, some days like this are just extremely hazy. As it gets closer to the late afternoon, the haze should clear out just a little bit. And then, more than likely, like we did yesterday, the June gloom does show itself around 4 or 5 o'clock. We'll see. Singapore heading into the gates at Tom Bradley there on the southwest corner of the terminal. United Airlines Flight 38 coming up from Tokyo Haneda on a 787-10 Dreamliner. 3 minutes out will be a north side arrival. Air Mexico Flight 647 heading back to Mexico City in a 787-9 Dreamliner. It's the next takeoff on the north side. Well, now Donica is saying we didn't get much of a June gloom this year. Of course, June is almost over. You know, June gloom can go into July. We don't want that. We want nice, clear skies for July 4th, which is a week from today. We'll be high atop the H Hotel for some Nighthawk action, firework action from all around us. Should be another good time, another happy 4th. From high atop the H Hotel 1 week from today. Now, originally this show today was scheduled for 3 p.m. I moved it up to noon. Rudy was going to be with me here today. He got a call yesterday from his dad that says, please come back home. So Rudy left the office this morning, headed back to the Coachella Valley. So originally we were going to do Nighthawk here tonight, but since I'm here by myself for the most part, except with all of you guys here, I decided to just push it a little bit earlier so I'm not out here as it gets dark all alone. Hopefully you can all understand. I see Air Mexico Dreamliner heading back to Mexico City, taking off there on the north side. Speaking of Aero Mexico, 737 to MAX 8, arriving here on the south side. Of course, didn't you guys get enough at Nighthawk last week? Last Friday, 24 hours, there high atop the H Hotel. That Dreamliner coming from Tokyo Haneda, short final for 24 right.
Doctor, good takeoff, runway 25 right, next to
Have a retirement going on. Looks like some ARF trucks getting prepared over there. Keep an eye on that. Next takeoff is a flight heading to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. American Airlines flight 3151, a 737-800. We followed by JetBlue flight 100 heading to Fort Lauderdale, Florida. That's an A321. Tom Off Geek says there's no such thing as too much Nighthawk. Well, we'll give you Nighthawk next Friday. Of course, last Friday we gave you Nighthawk. I was going to give you Nighthawk tonight, but plans have changed a little bit. So we'll enjoy some afternoon rush here at LAX. Should be seeing those A380s pushing back. Of course, they will both be heading to the north side unless there's always a chance for a Southside takeoff for either one of those A380s. Actually, any A380. All they have to do is just be a little overweight. And they'll have to take off here on the south side on 25 left. Christopher Brown with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Christopher. So what are some places you want to plane spot at, and what are some places that are overhyped? I'm sure there's many options. Just curious about yours. Well, you know, there are a lot. There are a lot, and I mean a lot, of live streamers broadcasting from all over the world. We got live streams now in Russia. We got live streams in China, places I never thought we would have Aviation airport live streams. So with that being said, you kind of can see the world through all the other live streams. So you, instead of packing everything up and going there and saying, oh gosh, I hope this is all going to work out, I can now take a look at these live streams and say, is that a good view? Is it worth going there? I'll be honest with you, there's been a lot of live streams from airports that a lot of you guys have been wanting us to go to, and I will honestly say, unless I have airside access, I don't think it's worth it. But with that being said, Christopher, your question was, what is the one place? I still want to go to Amsterdam. I think that area out there, in that grassy area right next to the runway, looks absolutely amazing. And of course, I love the city as well. Amsterdam, one of my favorite places I've ever been to. So, Christopher, I think if I had to answer your question off the top of my head, I think it would be, definitely would be Amsterdam. Now, you also asked what places are overhyped. I think Atlanta is overhyped. Sorry. I mean, it is the busiest, don't get me wrong, it's the busiest airport in the world. But in terms of variety, you're not going to find it there. You're going to find it here at LAX. You're going to find it at New York. You're going to find it in Chicago. Yeah. The BTS, sorry, it's the audio coming off the camera here today. We're having an issue with the yellow box with some audio software malfunction. So the audio you're hearing today is coming off the camera. We had to do that a few weeks ago, and we had the audio working great this morning, and then we just lost it. We lost it. can't get it back. So instead of just tearing the whole behind the scenes down here today, I just decided just to use the camera audio. You know, obviously I'm biased when we talk about locations for plane spotting. I mean, we're based here at LAX. We're based here in Los Angeles pretty much because that's where I was living when we first started the channel. But I gotta tell you, you know, LAX has its moments where it might be a little bit slow or could be boring. But there's days like Wednesday when we see a random 737-200 coming in, whatever it may be. And we get this a lot. There are things, unexpected things that just pop up here at LAX, and you just don't find it at a lot of airports. And so I really do love LAX. We say that a lot. And I really do think that LAX is probably, if not the best, one of the best places for plane spotting. And I think a lot of people that come here would agree with me as they leave and say, yes, LAX definitely, in terms of being able to get the shots that you want here at Imperial Hill, certainly for the takeoff action. I mean, you can go to Plane Spotter Paradise, get those landing shots like we got on Wednesday. You can go to the parking garage, you can go up to the H Hotel, you can go to the Proud Bird. There's many different locations to get those shots. And some airports just don't have that. They don't have, well, I mean, take Seattle. Seattle just does not have any great location. It's a beautiful airport, but in terms of being able to go to plane spot there, it's next to impossible. So LAX has it all, and that's why LAX is definitely top on my list. Now, on weather-wise, can't get better, right? I mean, you can come here, you're not going to experience runway changes, except if you come here during the winter time, if we have a winter storm or some wind changes, which is doesn't happen too often, maybe 10 times or less a year. So you can come here from anywhere. You come here from Europe, you pretty much know that what you're going to get. The planes are going to come in from the east and take off over the ocean to the west. You've got the 2 north side runways, the 2 south side runways. Now, certainly you're not guaranteed to get what you want on any given day. You might be on the north side and everything comes to the south side. That does happen, and we experience that all the time when we're live. So I always say, if you're going to come here and plane spot, at least give yourself 2 or 3 days so you can kind of move around the airport, so you don't go home and cry. You don't want any crying and plane spotting, but it could happen. So we got Korean Air, the A380 Super, Flight 18, heading up to the north side. That flight taking off was American Airlines, Flight 2832, heading to Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas. An A321, our next takeoff is Spirit Airlines, Flight 2545, heading to Indianapolis. Boy, I'll tell you, Indianapolis, popular place all of a sudden. Here from LAX. It's an A321 Neo. Should be seeing Asiana Flight 201, that A380 Super, heading back to Seoul. Should be pushing back. Next takeoff here on the south side is Alaska Airlines Flight 1360, heading to Cabo. It's a 737 MAX 9. Breeze Airbus A220-300 making their right-hand turn onto taxiway Kilo. That flight heading to Jacksonville, Florida. Flight 707. It's a 3-year-old A220-300.
Tower, American 32, visual 25 left.
Number 280 LA Tower, 12209, room 125 left, good luck.
25 left, clear, 2 right, American 32.
See, who do we got in the chat here today? Oh, some friends that we saw last weekend. Dimitri, Joni, local friend Alvinor 0293. Of course, Amali was there with us at the H Hotel last week. Another local friend, Shrimp Flea. Good to see you. Iceman 1775 also with us high top the H Hotel. Our friend Cheryl there in Chicago. Christina there in Australia. The Lyrics to Game Boy. Renette Adele, our friend there at SFO. What's going on, Renette? Rudy and I the other day were discussing our next trip up to SFO. Should be in early July. I've got to retest the Starlink again. China Eastern, the 777 at 300 ER, now pushing it back there on the north side at the gate. Steve MC, Keith Shelton, Dolo the Great, Joshua Leclerc, Christopher Greatmont, Super 80 Adrian, who was with us last week. Allison N, also with us last week.
25 right, clear for takeoff, RNAV, down there to City 76.
Those are the only 2 months that I see. Correct me if I'm wrong. I guess I'm not wrong. Well, there's Gina M. Hello, Gina. 49 Mac. Michael Lash. Chuck. Brandon Rabbit. Every time I see your new emoji, Brandon. The Rabbit. Says the whole gang is here. Absolutely. Thanks you guys for hanging out with me this afternoon. Definitely feels like summer. It definitely summertime here in the Southland. Green Air Flight 1A to A380 Super now on the move, heading up there to the north side. We'll be taking off on the 24 left.
Got 6534, cross 55 right, golf, on the ground, 175.
Cross 25 right, at golf, over the ground.
Robert's Airship asking, has Starlink offered any help? Actually, you know who helped me? I talked about this a few weeks ago. Sal with Kelly Planes. Sal with Kelly Planes decided to get Starlink right after I had invested in it, and he was having issues up there, SFO, as well as I was, and he did talk to Starlink, and apparently the fix that Starlink told him works, and so therefore I appreciate Sal reaching out to me, and he said, hey, this is what you got to do. You're probably doing it all wrong. This is what you got to do. And so I changed everything, but unfortunately I can't test it until July 1st. July 1st is when the change goes into effect. So once July 1st hits here, we'll try the Starlink once again. But I appreciate Sal reaching out to me and letting me know exactly what to do on that. It was a little frustrating there for a while. United Dreamliner, 787-10 Dreamliner, taking off there on the north side.
707 Noah Tower, runway 25 right, line up, wait.
25 right, line up, wait.
American 3288 Alpha is occupied. Taxi, hotel, full short of Quebec.
Full short, correct. Taxi, hotel,
Asiana Flight 201, this A380 Super heading also to Seoul, now pushing it back.
230 at Niner. Christian, that's window 230 at Niner. Gust 17, RNAV, Docker, runway 25 right, clear for takeoff.
25 right, RNAV, Docker, clear for takeoff.
Just want to say hello to everyone watching over on Facebook here today. Hello, Facebook. This is our second day of doing live streams on YouTube as well as Facebook. If you guys like to join us over here on the YouTube, that is where the main chat is. Of course, you can sit back and relax, watch the stream on Facebook. But if you'd like to chat with everyone, certainly come over here to YouTube. We have a large audience over on YouTube as well. But you can stay there on Facebook. You can chat as well. I'm trying to look at both chats. So thanks you guys for tuning in on Facebook as well as YouTube here today. Korean Air, Flight 1-8, now making that turn on to Echo. Looks like China Eastern might be heading here to the south side, but I don't blame them. If you got two A380s heading up to the north side, why would you want to go join that party? Head here to the south side, where you got no one lined up. We do have the breeze. Airbus A380 heading to Jacksonville, Florida, now rolling down that 25 right. Recently had 1 million followers on Facebook.
Contact ground point 75. Runway 25 right, line up, plane.
Line up, runway 25 right, against 780.
Oxy 707, contact, go get departure today.
PSA Steve, hello. Says good afternoon, Kevin and Mods. We're going to 95 degrees here in Ontario. That's a little warm, but the IE certainly gets a lot warmer than us here on the coast. Christopher Brown back with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Christopher. Says, I agree with you on plane spotting locations. Ironically, I'll be in Atlanta at the Kimpton overlooking the runway, living my inner Kevin, repping AVL. Excellent. Did I just see it? KABC live truck behind me. Yeah, a lot going on there in Atlanta this week. You know, you have the Airliners International Convention going on there at the Delta Museum. I saw a couple of videos and photos, and yeah, a lot going on there in Atlanta. That's what I used to drive, by the way. That's what I used to drive. Not that truck, but a truck like that. That's KABC. It never worked at KABC, but I used to have to drive those big trucks like that. Boy, do I not miss that. Avenor at 0293 with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Avenor. Says, will I be allowed to plane spot in the exact same location where Kevin streamed from Chicago O'Hare last year? Yes, you can plane spot there. You apparently just can't live plane spot. I'm not quite sure what the difference is, but but yeah, Avenor, you should be all right. In fact, Linda there in Chicago was in that location a week prior to coming to LA.
640 cross 55 at Lima,
I said Air Canada Dreamliner heading back to Toronto. Taking off here on the south side. That was a 787-8 Dreamliner, flight 788. I gotta tell you, that livery looks great on the 787-8 Dreamliners. Grayland and becoming a silver member here today. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, 1230 America.
All right, so we got the Korean Air Flight 18 heading back to Seoul, lining up there on the north side at 24 left. China Eastern should be heading here to the south side, and the A380 Super with Asiana should be heading up there to the north side.
Let's take off, 5 right, RNAV Doctor for JetBlue 1388.
Looks like KABC just coming over here to have some lunch. Doesn't look like anybody that I remember. Some of these news people hunt me out. Apparently all the newsrooms here in Los Angeles, and certainly newsrooms that I used to work at in Phoenix or whatever, they all talk about me and say, have you heard about this Kevin guy? He escaped from TV news. Everyone's all jealous, so they watch me because sometimes I throw the shade at the old newsrooms. China Eastern, the 777-300ER now started its taxi. Should be heading here to the south side as Korean Air Flight 18 rolling down to 24 left. Making that left-hand turn onto Lima, now heading here to the south side. We do have China Southern Cargo Flight 422 heading to Shanghai. A 777 freighter lighting up, should be taking off here on the south side.
United Golf, hold short, excuse me, cross 25 right, hold short, 24 left, 25 left.
At 1584, taxi Hotel de Juliet, cross 125 right, contact ground point 75. Good day.
Hotel Juliet, cross 25 right, ground, United 1584.
China Eastern, the 777-300ER, now making that right-hand turn onto Kilo. We'll head here to the south side for a departure on the 25 right.
311, one departure on complex.
Slowing down the China Southern Cargo 777 freighter should be heading over to the 25s. Looks like our next takeoff is a flight heading to Miami. Well, isn't this interesting? If you guys have flight radar, take a look at this next takeoff. American Airlines 2311, it's an A321neo using an old registration for a MD-80, a Super 80. Boy, that photo. That's quite the photo of that MD-80, the Super 80 is what they used to call him, with American sitting there in the desert, no engines.
Doesn't even
look like it has any wheels. Take a look at that on flight radar for our next takeoff here. The 4-year-old A321neo's photo is the MD-80. Asiana Flight 201 now starting taxi. We'll head up there to the north side to 24 left. Also have United Airlines Flight 1069 heading to Chicago O'Hare, 737 at MAX 9, number 2 for takeoff here on the south side. honoring those that serve. I believe this is the 737 at MAX 8. Looks like it's heading to the north side. More than likely heading to Seattle or Portland. I'll take a look at the radar. Wow, that was quite the MD-80. I flew on plenty of those MD Super 80s with American. The only nice thing about the MD-80s with American, and actually all American seats, they all had the same seat. If you guys remember the blue, I don't know, they were like blue, red, white cloth seats. They're actually pretty nice. That's the only thing I really remember liking anything about flying on those MD-80s.
Blue 11.3, cross 25 right at Julia, contact ground point,
During the time when I moved out to Phoenix in the early 90s from Michigan, I would usually fly American from Phoenix to Chicago. During that time, they were flying their DC-10s 30s between Phoenix and Chicago. It certainly was, I think it was maybe once or twice a day, if that. Of course, that would be the flight that I would try to get on. He had a few 757s, but the most of them were the MD-80s, the Super 80s from Phoenix to Chicago. And then once I'd get to Chicago to Detroit, well, it was either an MD-80 or the Fokker 100, which I did not like. Did not like that plane. It was too small. But you had to do what you had to do, right? Had to get home. Why I just didn't take Northwest all the way to Detroit is beyond me. I have no idea. You know, they were flying DC-10s, 30s from Phoenix to Minneapolis and Detroit. Actually, you know what? I take that back. I think their DC-10s were out of Minneapolis. I think the Detroit flights from Phoenix back in the day were either 757s or A320s, if I remember correctly. I mean, they had a lot of DC-10s there in Phoenix in the 90s, but I don't believe that they actually went to Detroit. I think they were all Minneapolis. So another interesting article that I saw this morning going through Facebook, and sometimes I take these articles with a grain of salt. I mean, there might be some truth behind it, but it's a Facebook post by a so-called aviation media site. They were talking about the ANA A380s, and of course they have 3 of those. And the fact that right now they are half full. The A380s are half full, according to this website, saying that ANA is not happy right now with half-full planes. And of course, you know, some days they have 2, sometimes they have 1 A380 flight a day, but they're only half full. And I looked at the comment section, and a lot of people said, well, ANA, why would you continuously fly an A380 that are half full? Why don't you reconsider moving those maybe here to Los Angeles, or at least moving 1 or 2 out of Honolulu and moving maybe 1 daily flight here to LA? So look, had a lot of people scratching their head thinking, well, why wouldn't they just kind of redo this? So we'll see what happens. I mean, if they're flying A380s half full, eventually they're going to have to do something, right? Iceman 1775 said he saw that same article. I mean, I would assume it's true. But I looked at that and I said, you know, we always talked about why doesn't ANA send their A380s here to LAX? Of course, they bought those A380s just for the Honolulu, Tokyo flights. But if it's not working, you gotta change it up. Those are some expensive planes to be flying. Well, look at this. The other honoring those that serve. This is an E-Jet, also heading up to the north side. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. You know, in the world of aviation, things constantly change. Things are constantly changing, so there's always a guarantee.
Right, Hotel to Lima, Delta 752 Heavy.
Our friend Joni with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much. Joni says I started out on Facebook, switched to YouTube, but was too chicken to post. Now I can't shut up. Well, thanks, Joni. Well, you can go back to Facebook and watch there as well. But of course, if you want to chat, then YouTube is certainly the place to do it. We do have that China Southern at 777. Going to be taking off here. Avenir 0293. Back with the $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Avenir. Says, what is the name of the location at O'Hare? I don't know if it's actually, if there is a name for that location, Alvanor. It's, how do I describe it? Maybe, let me think about this.
China Eastern 5867, Yellow Tower, runway 25 right, line of fleet, caution, Lake Chisholm.
Runway 25 right.
It's a gravel pit, I know that. I don't think it's called like gravel T-point or anything. Maybe Linda from Chicago can help you out there, Avenir. China Southern Cargo, 777 freighter rolling down at 25 left.
Thanks for 567, you need departure frequency 124.3.
124.3, China Aviation.
You need departure frequency back to 125.2, please.
All right, on the pond. We're just talking about Jade, the Dreamliner heading back to Tokyo Narita, now heading down. Taxiway Bravo heading to 25 right. China Eastern, the 777 to 300 next takeoff.
Station 586, 4010, and after on 25 right.
Oh, Cheryl says it's called the Hill. Yeah, but Cheryl, there's 3 or 4 different hills. It's right next to a construction area, and I can't remember the street. There's a major street near some railroad tracks, and I remember making a right-hand turn, and then you make an immediate left-hand turn. You go by the construction area, you stay to the left, you go down a dirt road, and then bingo, you're right there. Yeah, Linda's in the chat. Maybe Linda can help. All right, China Eastern, the 777 at 300 now rolling down at 25 right.
Cathay 771, LA Tower, talking with Chairman, size 1777, departing the parallel, 1209, 125 left, step along.
Runway 2037.
Steering 2352, LA Tower, talking with Chairman, 25 right, line of way.
25 right, line of way, runway 2352.
798, taxi to parking, have a good day.
I think likes us. So I'm pretty sure that aircraft took off on the north side on Wednesday, and a week ago, Tuesday, it also took off on the north side when we were live with that special Shanghai seeing the livery, if you guys remember. Here we are on the south side, taking off on the south side. So thank you, Chetty Eastern, following wherever the party is. Next takeoff is Spirit Airlines Flight 2352 heading to Atlanta, Georgia. It's a one-year-old A321 Neo. Followed by United Airlines Flight 1635 heading to Dulles at a 737-900ER. And be followed by that ANA Dreamliner Flight 5 heading back to Tokyo Narita. Yeah, if you guys are watching on the BTS, I apologize. The audio, we had it working great this morning, and then all of a sudden we lost it. So what you're hearing is audio coming from the camera. I will hopefully, and I say hopefully, it's beyond my control at this moment. It seems like a software issue with Ed. Come on, Ed. So unfortunately, if you want the main audio, you're going to have to watch the main show here today on Facebook or YouTube. Asiana A380 Super taking off there on the north side, flight 201. Next takeoff, United Airlines Flight 1635 heading to Dulles.
Holding to number 5? Affirmative, waiting for traffic from the north side. Okay.
And trust me, I'd rather have the audio situation this way rather than the other way around.
425 right at Juliet, 03771.
American 1979, Roger, 42 Alpha, hold short, long 25 right at Quebec.
Hold short, 25 right at Quebec, American 1979.
American 764, now you ready for contract, please? United 1635, contract placed out of March today.
Yeah, 1635, yeah.
All right, we do have a Queen, that short funnel for 25 left here on the south side.
You ready for contract today?
Will it go long? Let's see those go long emojis there in the chat. Come on, Atlas there.
Austrian A1 Heavy on second afternoon, 3010, caution wake service, preceded by heavy Boeing 747 touching down, wind 23010, 125 left, middle lane.
ANA number 2 for takeoff here on 25 right. Also have sounds like we have Austrian heading here to the south side. Will be arriving on 25 left. Definitely not going to be going long here today. Looks like an Alpha 7.
8178 Heavy, turn left Alpha, and then right, take a left turn, and then right turn Alpha to park. Left turn, and right turn to park.
Queen Alpha 7 for that turnoff.
E-Jet taking off. That flight was heading to Omaha, Nebraska. American Eagle SkyWest flight 6506. Next takeoff is American Airlines flight 764 heading to Puerto Vallarta with 737-800. Should be followed by the ANA. Andy Frank with the $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Andy. This is hi, Kevin. Here's a drink on me from McDonald's. Thank you, Andy.
haven't been to McDonald's in, geez, I want to say 10 years. Austrian, the 777 at 300ER coming in from Vienna and a short funnel for 25 left.
Yeah, 4891 with 23010 and F Docker and right at Foxtrot, so station.
RNAV Docker, clear to takeoff. 25 right at Foxtrot, Skyway 4891.
I believe this is the Johann Strauss special livery.
Full length, runway 25 right, minus 0, traffic will drop downwind.
Okay, right up, down, 5 right,
Get a good shot of it as it gets a little closer to our cameras. So I've always said that Johann arrives when Rudy is not here. Of course, Rudy was going to be here with me today. Rudy, you're going to saw Johann for once. Always arriving when Rudy's not here.
Austrian A1 Heavy, exit right.
Exit right, Austrian A1 Heavy.
Yeah, straight 771, approximately 25 right at Juliet, Johnson 75. American 927, approximately 25 right at Quebec, 75. Austrian A1 Heavy, approximately 25 right at Juliet, ground 75.
CRJ 700 taking off on the 25 right.
Austrian A1 Heavy, approximately 25 right at Juliet, ground 75.
49 Max says, actually Grumpy One says, Johann in the house.
Oh, departure, good day.
49 Max says, welcome Austrian. Did you guys see Austrian A350? I think it was a 900, right? Special livery. Of course, they could be phasing out these 777 at 200 ERs in the next few years. They've got Dreamliners. And of course, A350s on their way as well. Special livery taken off there on the north side.
Oh, it's over
Vivo 510, LA good afternoon, 24011, 15 left, go to land.
Ooh, a little bank to the left. We like that. Also, Philippine, the 777 at 300ER now pushing back. Flight 113 heading back to Manila. That flight taking off on the north side was heading to El Paso, Texas. Southwest Airlines in the Missouri 1 livery. Flight 3100, still on that 737 at 700. Next takeoff here on the south side is on the Pond Airways Flight 5 heading to Tokyo Narita on that 787-9 Dreamliner. Johann continuing its taxi. We'll be heading over to Tom Bradley. What's up, Full Metal Dragon? Happy Friday as well. Johann with the headsets, or the headphones, I should say. On the Pond Airways, the Dreamliner heading back to Tokyo Narita, now starting its roll down to 25 right here on the south side.
Next takeoff here on the Southside is American Eagle SkyWest Flight 6433 heading to Aspen, Colorado, a CRJ 700ER. Followed by United Airlines Flight 311 heading to Denver on an A321neo. Air New Zealand Flight 6 coming up from Auckland on a 777 at 300ER, which is 11 minutes out. Speedbird British Airways Flight 283 coming up from London Heathrow on a 777 at 300ER, 22 minutes away. And Air France Flight 22 coming up from Paris on the 777 at 300ER, 23 minutes away as we have the afternoon rush on its way in. Yeah, again, hopefully mods, if you can help me on this. The BTS audio on BTS, I'm sorry, that didn't make any sense. The audio on BTS is coming from the camera. It's not coming from the audio board. We had some issues this morning. It was working just fine, and then we lost it. So unfortunately, the audio on BTS is coming from the camera. It's not coming from the actual audio board. So we'll hopefully get that fixed for you on Sunday. But instead of just bringing down the BTS feed, we just decided to give you the audio from the camera. So if you'd like to listen to me, make sure to head on over here to the main show. Viva Aerobus A380. Coming in from Guadalajara, Flight 510, it's an A320 Neo. We just had Aloha Air Cargo Flight 8202 coming from Honolulu. And that converted 767, just touching down. It should be exiting maybe at Alpha 8. We'll catch it maybe.
510, Box 65 ready for the ramp.
Looks like Alpha 7 turn off for the 767. No, the good news is we'll see that take off here a bit later. I'm also seeing there in the distance the Air China Cargo 747-400. It's up there in the northeast corner of the South Complex here at LAX. We should be seeing that taken off as well. And our legend Shane gifting 50 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Shane. Awesome support from our legend Jane. Thank you so much, Jane. See that long list of memberships being passed out here today. Thank you so much, Shane. Awesome support. Hope you're enjoying the show. It's a little slow here right now, but that's all right. It's summertime. Right? Summertime, you're supposed to move a little bit slower. Things move a little bit slower. Japan Airlines Dreamliner now pushing back from the north side gates of Tom Bradley. Flight heading to Tokyo Narita, Flight 61 on the 787-9 Dreamliner. I do have a Gulfstream G200 Galaxy heading to Teterboro. It's a private owner, rolling down at 25 left. Where'd it go? Tiny. There it is. So looks like Philippine, flight 113, the flight heading back to Manila. Heading up to the north side, we'll be taking off on the 24 left.
Right tower, American 3, 5 miles. We only start caution weight service, heavy Airbus touching down with 409.
What's that? No, the news, I'm not related to the news truck. That's probably throwing everyone off thinking, geez, there must be somebody big coming in. No, we just do our normal broadcast. I don't know what he's doing. I think he's just having lunch. All right, no worries. Because of the Channel 7 live truck down, still parked down there, and people seeing me over here with the camera, they think that something is happening here at LAX. There's nothing going on. This is just our normal broadcast here on a Friday. But the Channel 7, the Eyewitness News blue van over there is throwing everyone off. Fiji, flight 810, and coming from Nandi on that A350-900, touching down here on the south side. There goes that big blue van again.
American 613, LA Center, traffic crossing now field, only 25 right, line up and wait. Roger, 25 right, line up with Brandon.
Did you guys see my suitcase? I was showing off the new suitcase on behind the scenes. I think that's right before we lost the audio too. Maybe the suitcase is to blame. I'll show you guys here in a second. You want to see it? To carry on. Fiji heads to the west gates, has a little bit more of a taxi. The Austrian 777-200ER just pulling into one of the north side gates. And more than likely, we will not see the takeoff here on the south side a bit later. Also, an American Dreamliner now pushing back. This is that Dreamliner that came in from Chicago O'Hare earlier. This flight heading back to O'Hare, flight 2321. This is one of their newer Dreamliners, but not that new Dreamliner we've been hearing about on the news lately. This Dreamliner delivered in December of last year. Linda Kavinsky there in Chicago actually got lucky and flew on one of the new Dreamliners with the flagship cabin. She said she wasn't impressed. I said, really, Linda? I'll have to ride in it myself and give you a review. Oh, by the way, big news. Big news, I totally forgot to tell you guys, this actually happened yesterday. You're looking at the new Mosaic member of JetBlue. I have reached Mosaic status with JetBlue. I made it, well, I'm on level 1 out of 4. 1 out of 4, but I'm there at Mosaic. Just as JetBlue announces this week that they're going to be starting cuts and that they're not going to be making a profit, and I hope it doesn't look too bleak because I just got your card and I'm now Mosaic status. So JetBlue, you better stay around. You better. I'm telling you.
Los Angeles Tower, Alaska 96, we're with you on the visual.
A flight coming in from JFK, flight 3, it's this A321 with American. Next takeoff is Breeze, flight 121, heading to Huntsville, Alabama, on an A220-300. Now I have a kind of a story about this Huntsville, Alabama route here with Breeze. You might be wondering why Huntsville? Huntsville, Alabama from LAX?
There's 3 crossing already to the aircraft on Southside.
And then Juliet crossing 25 right now.
The reason they have that route is because David Nealman's wife is from Huntsville, Alabama. And apparently it's an unserved market, and she convinced David to have that nonstop from Huntsville, Alabama to LAX. So that is the reason why we see that Huntsville, Alabama flight, is because David Nealman's wife, who is the owner of Breeze, she is from there. Makes sense. I've been to beautiful Huntsville. It's a beautiful city there in Alabama. Of course, you got Space Camp there. A lot of industry down there as well in terms of rockets and whatnot. So hopefully it's doing well for Breeze. Fiji pulling into the gates out the west gates. Also just said Air New Zealand Flight 6 coming from Auckland on the 777-300ER, just touching down here on the south side. I've actually been to Space Camp there in Huntsville. I actually didn't participate. I actually went down there when I worked for WZZM Eyewitness News 13 there in Grand Rapids. There was a local, I think they were high school kids, a local group that went down to Space Camp, and for whatever reason, we were invited to go down there and kind of document the whole thing. I think we were down there for almost a week. But it was just like being there at Space Camp. Got to participate in everything the kids did, but it was pretty unique. Of course, I always wanted to go there. If you guys remember the movie in the 80s, Space Camp, remember they were at camp, and for whatever reason, they were in the space shuttle, and there was an issue, and they had to launch the space shuttle, and the kids from Space Camp were launched into space. Anybody remember that movie? Of course, after seeing that movie, of course, I wanted to go to Space Camp as a kid, but of course, my parents never sent me to Space Camp. So it was fun to be there. I think that was 1996. 1996 is when I was there at Space Camp in Huntsville, Alabama. Flight 6 will now cross over at 25 right.
Last connect 6, cross runway 25 right at Juliet, ground point 7 today.
Cross 25
Christopher
right at
Brown back
Juliet.
with the $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Christopher. This is American nationwide outage. Do they really? I'm not aware of that. American Airlines has a nationwide outage? Must be developing, huh? Well, it seems like things are working pretty well here with American. The Dreamliner now starting its taxi. We'll head to 25 at right. This flight heading to Chicago O'Hare. And this newer, I should say, newer 787-9 at Dreamliner.
3010, wait 5 left, clear to land. Set on 2 left,
I gotta tell you, I'm still allergic to something here at the hill. There is something here at the hill. I don't think it's the tree anymore. I think there's some plant right in front of us. If I sound a little nasally, that's the reason why. Oh, Night Ranger, that's really interesting. I'll have to look that up. I was talking about the story of how Huntsville became Rocket City. Is an interesting one, World War II related. Tony says, get the big tissues. I don't need something.
American 1628, only carry 125 right? American 1628,
Yep, 1628.
American 1628.
Air Tahiti Nui, the flight heading to Paris, now pushing back from the west gates as Air New Zealand now over there on taxiway Kilo will head into the gates of Tom Bradley. Our next 777 arrival happening now on 25 left. That would be Speedbird coming in from London Heathrow. Go back and catch that as it gets a little bit closer. Air New Zealand now making those final turns, heading into the gates on the southwest side of Tom Bradley.
American 1628, man. Two boys are 9.5 doctor, only 25 right, clear for takeoff. Receiver 283 heavy, hold short, runway 25 right at Juliet.
Hold short, 25 right, Juliet,
The JetBlue flight taking off, heading to Boston, flight 188, and then A321. Next arrival is Air France, flight 22, coming up from Paris on the 777-300ER. As Speedbird will head to the gates of Tom Bradley. Our afternoon rush from Europe is now officially on. A lot of these flights arriving here on the south side. It's definitely not what you want to see if you're up there at Plane Spotter Paradise, is everything running here to the south side. What's that? Oh, I got some. Thank you. Oh, you must be listening, huh? Thank you. Someone running up and giving me tissues. Must be listening to me, huh? That's very nice.
Uniform heavy, exit right, Fantasy Hotel, Quebec, hold short, runway 25 right.
Exit right, Hotel, Quebec, hold short, 25 right, France 22.
Fantasy Uniform heavy, exit Hotel 9 at the high speed.
Sorry, we doing that.
You know it, Allison. You know it.
Tower American.
She knows it.
2408.
Allison knows everything here on the channel.
Visual 25 left.
American 2408, only Tower 24010, 5 left, 7 land.
Total line 25 left, American 2408.
Mach 2563, wind 240.
This has got the older livery for Air France. If you notice the smaller titles, what a difference between the two liveries. When you think about it, it's not a huge difference, but boy, just the bigger titles on the side of the plane makes a huge difference. And of course, the tail is just slightly different as well. I can't remember if there was one more line or one less line in the tail. It's definitely a race to the gates. Of course, Air France will utilize the west gates. British Airways will utilize Tom Bradley.
American 2408, constantly clearance heavy, Boeing 787, with the departure parallel. American 2321, heavy, 125 to County, on that doctor, 125 right, close to takeoff. On that doctor, clear for takeoff, runway 25 right, American 2320.
Lufthansa Queen up next for arrival on the north side, flight 456, coming in from Frankfurt. We got another breeze, Airbus A220, 300 taking off. breeze takeoff here. Air Tahiti Nui, the flight to Paris, now on the move. Looks like it might be making a right-hand turn and heading here to the south side. Well, making a left-hand turn. We'll head to the north side. The Queen now short funnel for 24 right.
Southwest 2539, LA Tower, 12510, 125 left,
25
I was at flight heading to Chicago O'Hare on that American 787-9 Dreamliner. Cathay, as well as Air Tahiti Nui, both heading to the north side.
Charlie 2424, visual 25 left, 180 Tokyo. Allegiance 2424, LA Tower, 25010, 125 left, clear to land. 25 left, clear to land.
Speedbird heading to its gates. We do have a United. It's a 757-200 heading to Newark, flight 1950. It should be the next takeoff here on the south side. Japan Airlines, flights 1 to 6, coming up from Tokyo Haneda on a 22-year-old 777-300ER wearing the One World livery. Running late here today. This flight should have been here at 10:55 this morning. Estimated now 1:37 p.m. 9 minutes out. Will be a north side arrival. Of course, starting on Monday, this coming Monday, Japan Airlines is going to be switching that 777-300ER to an A350-1000. That happens on Monday here at LAX. Looks like ITA heading to the south side. ITA flight 620 coming in from Rome, the A350-900, just 4 minutes away. We'll be touching down on 25 left. American Airlines flight 72 also running late here today. This 777-300ER flight 72 should have arrived at 6 a.m. this morning. Now now arriving at 1:39 p.m. That is 10 minutes away.
7424, wind 538, or have Docker, 125 right, clear to state.
Have Docker, to the right, clear to take off.
What's up, Gary? Hey, Gary. Oh, it's moved. I was going to say, Gary, look at the Eyewitness News live truck, but it's moved. That flight was heading to Newark. This flight coming in from Philadelphia, flight 2408, A321 Neo, now waiting to cross over 25 right. We'll head to Terminal 4 or 5. Have to make sure 4 or 5. As Charlie headed back to Phoenix on, what day was that? Tuesday? He flew in the AirCal Retro 737-800. His flight was leaving from 5. I said, well, as I drove around the Horseshoe, and I guess I should drive around the Horseshoe more often, Terminal 4, the old check-in area of Terminal 4, American, if you guys know it, on the Horseshoe. Terminal 4, that entrance is closed. It is blocked off. That is no longer used for ticket check-in at Terminal 4. The new part of 4 that has been in development for some time is now open. Haven't been in there. It looks beautiful, but the old 4 is now closed. Just keep that in mind. A lot of flights also utilizing Terminal 5. Which is right there where you see those JetBlue planes. That's come October They're going to start moving everyone out of 5, including American, JetBlue, and Spirit. And they're going to completely demolish the old 5 and rebuild 5. So the construction never ends here at LAX. It sounds like they're going to be moving JetBlue. The rumor has it heading up to Terminal 1, sharing space with Southwest until Terminal 5 is rebuilt. No word on where Spirit will go. Of course, we have a lot of new gates. They're going to be opening up at the extension of the West gates. So more than likely, maybe Spirit will be heading over there, and you'll be checking in at Terminal 1.5 for Spirit until 5 is back in action. Queen and now making that right-hand turn onto Taxiway Kilo. We'll head to the gates here at Tom Bradley. Oh, how was it, Adrian? Adrian says he walked around into the new Ford lobby on Saturday evening. It looks nice. Cathay Pacific, the flight heading back to Hong Kong with the 777 to 300ER now rolling down to 24 left.
So 395 route to hold short, runway 25 right at Foxtrot. Del 395, runway 25 right at Foxtrot, line from away. 25 right at Foxtrot.
Just said Ita. Touchdown here on the south side.
Del 395, runway 3010, and now Docker, runway 25 right at Foxtrot, clear for takeoff. And now Docker,
yeah, Kenneth, usually Fridays are one of our normal days for broadcasting. It's usually Tuesday, or lately it's kind of sometimes been Wednesday, Fridays and Sundays. Now, when we're on the road, it usually goes Wednesday, Thursday, but our main day is Friday, though I've been thinking, we've had a discussion. Rudy and I had a really good discussion the other night. It's probably a discussion that we probably should have had a long time, but we talked about a lot of different things on the channel. And one of those things was possibly moving back to Thursdays instead of Friday. I don't know how you guys feel about that. Originally it was Thursdays, and then we moved to Fridays because I thought Fridays was busier than Thursdays, but now it seems like Thursdays is busier than Friday. I don't know, maybe we just leave it as is. The more you change things, then everyone's going to get really confused, aren't they? All right, the Queen making its way into the gates of Tom Bradley, American Dreamliner, kind of getting in the shot here. And of course, we got the A350-900 coming from Rome. Beautiful livery. It's a bright sunny day here in the Southland. Next takeoff here on the south side, American Airlines flight 2608 heading to Chicago here on the 3-year-old A321 Neo. Another United 757, this time at 300, heading to Honolulu, flight 1431 at number 2 for takeoff. Not cleared to cross over, 25 at right. We'll head to Tom Bradley.
Good day, American 26.
says, I'll tell you what, AVL provides more content than most channels. We got a lot of streams. I mean, we've got me out here 3 to 4 times a week. Of course, every day, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We got 2 cameras on each side of the H Hotel, giving you non-stop coverage 24/7. So yeah, we got a lot of content, and of course, all of our social media on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, X, always updating videos on there as well. So it's a busy job. You know, a lot of people come up to me and say, is this a full-time gig? And I say, a full-time? It's more than a full-time. It's a lot of time, but I love it, and I wouldn't want to do anything else. So to me, it's not working. But in terms of what there is to do on the channel, there is a lot of work. There is a lot of work, but we all love what we do here on the channel. So we love that we provide all this awesome content for you guys all around the world. All right, ITA more than likely will head into the north side gates of Tom Bradley. It's been taken off on the north side. Taxiway Lima. We got that United 757 next takeoff here on the south side. The Japan Airlines 777-300ER, coming from Tokyo Haneda, running late here today, is the next heavy arrival on the north side that is wearing the One World livery.
Los Angeles Tower, Spirit Wing 269-170.
Our friend Jim there on the East Coast with the $5 super chat. Good to see it, Jim. Says, greetings, Kevin. Your 2 for 1 from Lincoln Road. 747-8 and the A380 was truly epic. Wasn't that a great shot? My dad was asking me about that yesterday. He said, yeah, I saw that shot that you got of the King and the Queen. Is that luck? Of course it's luck. I mean, first of all, you got to be in the right place at the right time, right? And some things just happen. So of course it was luck. It was a lucky day there on Wednesday. Sometimes it happens. But you also have to make sure your camera is pointed in the right direction. That's half the battle as well. You got to be paying attention. United 757-300 heading to Honolulu. Next takeoff here on the south side.
Good afternoon.
All right, just as expected. ITA. Well, actually, ITA's not going too far up there. Making now a turn heading to one of the north side gates of Tom Bradley. Here I was thinking ITA was going to go all the way to the north to that alleyway between Tom Bradley and Terminal 3, but no, she's going to be staying here on the west side. Number 3 for takeoff here on the south side is United Airlines Flight 787 heading to Houston, Texas. It's a 24-year-old 777-200. Also just had an American 777-300ER coming in from Sydney running late. This flight should have arrived at 6 a.m. this morning. It is now 1:40 in the afternoon.
American 1528 with 5010, gust 18, RNAV Doctor, on right, clear for takeoff.
RNAV Doctor, 50, gust 125, American 1528.
Frontier flight 1268 on Tower, 15 right.
Give a shout out again to anybody watching over there on Facebook. Once again today, we're live on Facebook as well as YouTube. Hello, Facebook. Thanks for tuning in. If you'd like to join the chat, a lot of people chatting over here on the YouTube. Just go to YouTube and type in Airline videos. You see the, well, we had 3. Actually, I take that 4 live streams currently, the behind the scenes, our main stream here, and of course our 2 24/7 live streams from high atop the H Hotel. It might get a little confusing, but just look out for the one that says LAX Airport Action. I never saw a water salute. There wasn't any water salute. I don't know why the ARF trucks were over there.
Sorry, say again? Because you guys didn't want the 777? Yeah, no problem. Got it. American 1520, contact close to the park today.
What's the price of American 1520 today?
Well, hopefully this delayed flight looks like it's heading to the beach. It's not going to be staying at the beach for too long. The Frontier flight heading to Salt Lake City, Morrison, the crested Cara. That's what that Rudy was having a problem with on Wednesday. A321neo. Our next takeoff is United Airlines Flight 787 on the 777-200 heading to Houston, Texas.
Frontier 1260, contact close out of park today. Last gate 42, passing week service, 5.5 miles, line engine only 787.
Last gate 42, thank you.
Kayak 53, turn left Alpha 7, left 1 Alpha, taxi to the park. Good day.
Left Alpha 7, left Alpha.
Spirit A321neo coming in from Newark, flight 2069, now crossing over 25 right. Joni with a $5 super check. Good to see you, Joni. Says Las Vegas is curbside check-in. Does LAX do that? Yes. Of course, it all depends on the airline, but yeah, they do have the curbside. We got it here, Joni. You're already running extremely late. Now you're sitting there. Eek! That is not fun. Robert Braun with an awesome $50 super chat. Thank you so much, Robert. Says hello, Kevin and Rudy. Hello, Kevin and Rudy. Is there going to be a stream on the 4th of July? There sure is. We'll be high top the H Hotel. That is 1 week from today. Starting around 3 p.m. that afternoon. Of course, carry into the nights with all the amazing legal and non-legal fireworks that we see here in Los Angeles. So yes, next Friday starting at 3 p.m. Pacific, 4th of July coverage here on AVL here at LAX. Thank you, Robert. Next arrival here on the south side is Norris. Flight 849 at A320.
Roger, hold short, climb right at hold short, climb right at Lima, Polar 7849, contact both now, departure.
Flight coming in from Athens, Greece, flight 511. It's an 8-year-old 787-9 Dreamliner. Now we'll wait for crossing over 25 for right.
To the ramp, the long trip coming up,
Norris will not cross over 25 at right. Another Korean Air Cargo 777 freighter coming from Lima, Peru. Flight 274 is our next arrival here on the south side, followed by another Norris flight coming in from London Gatwick, flight 711, just 4 minutes away. China Cargo Airlines flight 221 coming in from Shanghai, the 777 freighter, 9 minutes out. And China Airlines flight 6 coming in from Taipei, and the A350-900 just 11 minutes away.
Hotel Juliet, cross 25 right at Juliet over the ground, Alaska 882.
Anderson 37, Aviation. Good, Anderson 237. Anderson 37, good way, speaking heading 787 at Lima. Cross 25 right at Lima, hold short, left. Crossing runway 25 right at Lima, hold short 25 left, give way to the 87, correction 237.
You guys all have a good week. You know, I realized something. This is the first, I feel like this is the first real week of summer. Of course, it technically is, but you know how if you're in business, if you run a business or you work in a business, you realize how slow things get like during the summer. You know what I'm talking about? Business is just a little bit slower. Emails are slower coming in. The phone calls a little bit slower coming in. Stuff like that. I feel like this is the first week that I've noticed that slowdown, which is expected. It happens every year. It's not a bad thing, but I've really felt it. This is the first week of this year that I really felt like, well, it's definitely summertime. People are on vacation. People are not checking emails as much as they did a couple of weeks ago. Allison says she loved summer hours on the last job. Wednesday, the Polaris A380 heading down to 25 right here on the south side.
go ahead and turn left Alpha 8, left on Alpha.
Left Alpha 8, left Alpha, control.
Just set that Korean Air Cargo 777 freighter. It looks like it's going to be making a turn at Alpha 8. We should be seeing this corporate jet now crossing over 25 left.
Tower,
Polar 714, LAX, on turbulence, heavy zone 787, 2 mile final, wind 24 8, duck 16, runway 25 left, 7.
Dakar 534, we support 25 left.
Dakar 534, LA Tower 24010, duck 16, runway 25 left, split a land.
25 left, is land, Dakar 534.
Hold short room, right wing for 7 Alpha.
Hold short, side bed,
59. Bring you down, go ahead, yes, sir. And then bring you back to the park.
Next to the park, put in the airplane.
That Norse Dreamliner coming in from London Gatwick, just touching down here on the south side. The second Norse flight touching down here on the south side in a matter of 5 minutes.
Longboat 7 Bravo, heavy tape parking.
Continent 208, number 7 Bravo.
Longboat 7 Bravo, heavy roger, taxi hotel Lima, at Lima, cross runway 25 right, now 175.
Hotel Lima, cross 25 right, and ground point 75, longboat 7 Bravo head.
It's kind of like the days before the pandemic. We had, well, before we had Norse, we had Norwegian. Sorry, I had to remember the name of that. Norwegian, those Dreamliners coming in throughout the course of the day from many European destinations, also with the Dreamliners. Of course, we used to call the livery, still do. Norwegian is still around. The lipstick livery. Of course, their tails were very different, and each different plane, a different history figure of the world. Will also head it to the west gates. Next takeoff here on the south side is American Airlines Flight 59 heading to Kona. It's an A321 Neo. We do have that China Cargo Airlines Flight 221 committed from Shanghai. The 777 freighter also running late here today. Originally scheduled was 11:25 this morning, estimated now at 1:58 p.m. Oh, there you go. Ryan Stewart helping me out there. Norwegian Air's livery known as Tailfin Heroes features portraits of famous individuals on the tail fins of the aircraft. Those individuals are chosen for their boundary-breaking achievements. There you go.
59, RNAV Docker, and then 2409er, gust 16, number 25 right, clear for takeoff.
Let's take off 25 right.
Go 6394, LA Air, number 25 right, line up point.
25 right, line up only, that was 394.
LATAM Dreamliner now pushing it back from the Tom Bradley International Terminal.
Docker 524, taxi via Hotel Juliet, hold short, number 25 right.
The big Kilo Qatar Airways flight 739 coming from Doha, the A350 1000, 6 minutes out. That has been landing on the south side as of late. That used to be an exclusively north side arrival, but it has been arriving here on the south side.
51 LA Air, 25 right, line up point.
In case you're wondering, that American 777-300ER coming in from Sydney, Australia, that should have arrived at 6 a.m. this morning. It's still sitting over there, grabbing some sunshine. I wonder how long they're going to be over there. I'm looking at Tom Bradley. There's a few empty gates on the southeast corner, but I'm sure that's being saved for another flight. I'm not seeing any heavy aircraft at Terminal 4, but looks like there are some A321s in what would normally be the area. Let me show you. The normal area where we see those 777s is right there. And there's two A321s sitting there, so they might be waiting over there in the sun just a little bit longer. I feel bad for those people. That is a long flight. You get in, you just want to get off the plane, and now you're sitting there staring out the window. Eek. Cargo King, the 777 freighter, touching down here on the south side. We'll make a turn off at Alpha 8. Ronald with Wings, gifting one Airline Videos Live membership. Thank you so much, Ronald. It is officially 2 p.m. at 2 p.m. here in the Southland. I am your plane jockey Kevin here at an Imperial Hill. Thanks you guys for tuning in here today. It is middle of the afternoon and a beautiful sunny day here in the Southland. I hope you guys are all having a great week. It is Friday. We take you into the weekend. We'll be back here on Sunday for the big Sunday show as well. Some of you guys asking, where is Rudy today? Originally, Rudy was going to be here with me today, and Sunday he was with me on Wednesday. But as a lot of you guys know, his grandfather has not been doing well. So he got a call last night from his dad saying we should probably come back out to the Coachella Valley. So Rudy left this morning to head back out to be with family. So that is the reason why he's not here with me this afternoon. So prayers and thoughts with the Silva family out there in the Coachella Valley. We're thinking of you guys, and so as we move on here, so that is why I'm here by myself, but I got all of you guys with me here from all around the world.
Wait, Hotel 7.
The Big Q is the next arrival here on the south side. This LATAM flight 8087, heading to Sao Paulo on the 787-9 Dreamliner.
Straight ahead, hold short, runway 25 right at Bravo 17.
Hold short, 25 right at Bravo 17.
LR 7055, contact SoCal departure.
Departure 755, thank you, have a good day.
Citation 1, Bravo.
United Airlines Flight 198 heading to Shanghai in a 787-9 Dreamliner heading down for a Southside takeoff. Our next arrival is the Big Q, Qatar Airways Flight 739 coming from Doha and an A350 1000. If you guys saw our post yesterday, Rudy and I were having some lunch at the Proud Bird. Some fried pickles. And I looked out the window and I said, Rudy, the Emirates A380 Super is making a rare Southside arrival. So I picked up my phone, he picked up his phone. He got his shot and I got the shot of Rudy still with the pickle in his mouth, grabbing the shot of the Emirates A380 arrival. You gotta do what you gotta do, right? Talk about being in a pickle. We posted that on social media, and there was a lot of people, I'm sure they're probably not from the US, were like, what is a fried pickle? Seriously, what is a fried pickle? What is that? It's a pickle slice dipped in batter and deep fried. It's very nutritious, let me tell you.
524, traffic holding position, drop 25 ready to get contact ground 175. Solid 255, I do it at 14 from 25 right over the next to the ramp. Sorry, 52 extra heavy, cross range 25 right at Lima, taxi Lima into the ramp. Citation Gulfstream X-ray Alpha, Echo Sierra, Echo Air at
By the way, I had a salad for dinner. I had the apple salad. Christina, I had the apple salad from Panera Bread for dinner. So we had the fried pickles for lunch. And I made sure to have a salad for dinner. So not all was bad. I was eating that apple salad from Panera Bread like daily after my surgery last summer, if you guys remember. Every day I was ordering it, and then one day, all of a sudden, a delivery fee, and of course I could have went and got it, but of course, you know, ARM, all that great stuff. I was using DoorDash, and it's not, I wouldn't say it's cheap. It's not cheap, don't get me wrong, but the delivery fee on Panera went from like $3 to like $8 overnight. And I said, well, I guess that's it for the apple salads. So I have not had that apple salad from Panera in, geez, probably since late summer. It was good. I might just have to order the apple salad again. Seems like the DoorDash rate has gone down a little bit on that since then. It's not sky high like it was late last summer.
And 198 heavy LAX, 25 right, line of plane.
25 right, line up and wait, United 198 heavy.
Except 1073, turn left Alpha 7, turn left on Alpha, contact ground point 75.
Alpha 7 Alpha, switch it, make sure 1073.
Turkish 777 at 300ER, the flight heading back to Istanbul. Flight 180 now pushing back.
Hello, Airline 7 Heavy, visual approach to 5 left.
Airline 7 Heavy,
yeah, it's Brian Stewart, the Fiji, Fuji apple salad with chicken at Panera. It's really good. And healthy. I just love those apple crisps that they put on top
Doctor 25 right, clear for takeoff, United 190.
Arriving on the north side is Top Air Portugal, flight 247, coming over from Lisbon in an A330 Neo. Seems to arrive on Fridays on the north side. On Sundays, it seems to arrive here on the south side. Of course, this also will head to the west gates.
Heavy LA Air across the current G5 right, full length, line up, wait. X-ray Alpha, Echo Sierra, Echo Chevy, exiting upfield, cross G5 left, at gate X, up on Alpha, 3 mile final.
Quebec, and Alpha, clear to close on with 25 left track.
Viva 622, takes via hotel, hold short of Juliet.
Just checking Facebook to see we're still live in Facebook. Hello, Facebook. Only 32 of you watching over there on Facebook. Must be a lot of you guys moved over here to YouTube. That American 777, that flight coming in from Sydney, it looks like it will now be heading to possibly the gate that that Turkish 777 just pushed back from.
Echo Sierra, Echo, contact ground 175.
0.75. There's the flight to Shanghai. We got a little corporate action here on taxiway Alpha.
That's the 5 LA Air across the current 777 for a mile, 877 parking parallel. 250 matter, running 25 left, clear to land.
Clear to land, 25 left, the last time.
China Airlines, the A350-900, also arriving on the north side. We'll head to the gates of Tom Bradley. The LATAM Dreamliner heading to Sao Paulo, Brazil, now rolling down to 25 right.
Airline 7 edge, German Hotel Niner.
Hotel Niner, 77.
Short running 25 right at Lima.
Hold short 25 right at Lima, 77.
Air Tahiti Nui, a Dreamliner coming in from Paris, flight 7. Running about 10 minutes early here. It is high. It is a busy afternoon here at LAX.
Last 1315 LA Air, runway 25 right, line up lane. 25 right,
Moss Air Cargo, flight 8861, heading to Guadalajara in the converted A330-200, lighting up on the radar, should be taking off here on the south side.
And 2487 LA Air, runway 25 right, line up lane. Papa 25 right, and 2487.
right-hand turn onto Kilo and then make another right-hand turn. Next takeoff here on the south side is Alaska Airlines Flight 1315 heading to Portland at 737 at 900 ER as the Air A380 Dreamliner waits to cross over. Little movement on the Turkish Airlines 777. More than likely we'll be heading to the north side as China Airlines will be heading into the alleyway between Tom Bradley and Terminal 4.
487 RNAV Doctor, 55 right here, takeoff. RNAV Doctor, 7 taking off, 55 right,
Still could see Turkish here on the south side. We'd have to make a U-turn at just about now. Maybe. You see UE right here. There we go. U-turn.
At 469, RNAV Doctor, T5 right here for takeoff.
U-turn for Turkish. Now heading here to the south side. Also, long Polish Airlines coming in from Warsaw, Flight 21, a 787-9 Dreamliner arriving up there on the north side. Yeah. Things sneak up on you. They're on the north side. You never want to turn your back to the east. You never know what you might miss. Qantas, the A380 Superflight 11 coming up from Sydney. Next arrival here on the south side.
Airline 7 India, 55 right there, left ramp.
Air A380 the flight coming in from Paris, not crossing over, 25 right. The A380 short funnel for 25 left.
Cross 25 right, edge of the ground,
Yeah, exactly, Adrian. You might miss a lot. All right, up next, Qantas Flight 11. It's interesting. We've been seeing a lot more A380 arrivals here on the south side. Not quite sure what caused Emirates to head here to the south side yesterday.
Super, turn right, Hotel 9 here, cross 5 right at Lima, taxi Lima to the ramp. Hotel 9, Lima, cross runway 25 right onto the ramp, on the left.
All right, Qantas already cleared, and just so you guys know, if an A380 does land here on the south side, it will automatically be able to cross over 25 right. They can't have an A380 waiting to cross over 25 right with any aircraft taking off, just so you know. So usually when we see these A380s arriving here on the south side, it is already cleared. There should be no action at 25 right.
Right here. Take off for 324. 324, good number through Fox Center, check departure.
We do not, but that's going to take us about
324, right there. Full line.
full line for the 324.
See where it ends up. Sometimes we've been seeing it at the west gates. Of course, it looks like there is one, maybe possibly two gates open at Tom Bradley. I do see the A380 gate open at the west gates as well.
Circus 12, echo head, the LA Air, U5 right, full line, final point.
Runway 24, 25 right, and LATAM rate correction to Africa.
All right, Turkish, the 777 at 300ER, flight heading back to Istanbul via our next takeoff here on the south side. China Southern Cargo, flight 2535, coming from Anchorage in a 777 freighter. This aircraft pretty new, just delivered in December of last year. Might be flying directly over us here at LAX as it heads here to the south side. KLM flight 603, the second KLM flight of the day, 26 minutes away.
12, echo head, RF, Doctor, wind 25011, number 25 right, cleared for takeoff.
Unable to runway 25 right, beautiful takeoff, Turkish to Mexico.
Christian S says, I'm thinking about going to Buc-ee's for dinner. Actually, that sounds really good. I just watched a recent video with a couple of brothers that took a very extensive review of Buc-ee's. I can't remember where they were. It wasn't one of the largest ones, but of course all Buc-ee's are pretty big. They ate breakfast, lunch, and dinner the whole day at Buc-ee's, and then everything in between. They pretty much tried like the breakfast burritos and stuff like that. They said, I think in the end they said that the dinner menu was their least favorite, and I believe they said that the breakfast was the best and lunch was okay, but definitely dinner was not their favorite. The food looks good. Obviously, they have a lot of brisket and they have a lot of barbecue and all that jazz. So, of course, I've never been to a Buc-ee's. I'd like to get there one day. I'm going to be opening one up in Phoenix, out there near Buckeye. Look at that. So Qantas is going to be utilizing the west gates here today. Turkish now rolling down to 25 right.
Tower Delta 2327, visual 25 left. 2327, LA Air, 25 left, land.
So Qantas Flight 11, the A380 Super coming up from Sydney, making that left-hand turn, heading into the west gates.
Thank you, runway 25 right, Upgrade 61 heavy F, Foxtrot cross, turn 25 left, and hold short from 25 right.
Foxtrot, we are clear to cross runway 25 left, hold short runway 25 right, on there. 860.
It's fun when you throw an A380 tail into the lineup there at the west gates. In terms of our other A380 arrivals, Emirates, the flight coming up from Dubai, coming in from the east and said, which we normally see coming in from the north. So possibly, maybe the Emirates will once again arrive here on the south side here today. Flight 215 coming up from Dubai, running late again here today. 45 minutes late once again for the Emirates A380 Super. Scheduled arrival time was 2:15 p.m., estimated now at 2:58. Of course, the Lufthansa A380 Super coming from Munich, running about 30 minutes late as well. That aircraft 1 hour and 33 minutes away. So a lot of flights running late here, no matter where they're coming from. Europe, Asia, at least the heavy aircraft here. Moss Air Cargo, they converted A330, crossing over 25 left. We'll have a takeoff on 25 right coming up. Let's take a look at that tail lineup once again. JetBlue flight heading to JFK, flight 324. It was a A321. Next takeoff here on the Southside is Porter, flight 662, heading to Toronto, Canada, and an E195 E2. Moss Air Cargo, flight 8861, heading to Guadalajara, and that converted A330, number 2, for takeoff here on the Southside. Mexicana, that airline, a startup once again. Of course, it's an old name in the terms of the aviation industry. I heard that Mexicana putting in an order for the E2 aircraft, like we see now rolling down the 25 right. Will we see any Mexicana E2s here at LAX? Singapore, the 777-300ER, flight 101 heading back to Tokyo Narita, now pushing it back. Went on the Moss Air Cargo A330 up next. Susan with a $5 super chat through Tip Alert. Thank you so much, Susan. Says next time you're in Ontario, come inside and say hi to the Ontario Paw Squad. Amazing airport therapy dogs. Well, I will definitely come in and say hello. Sounds like you guys are a little warm out there right now. I think we're going to wait until at least closer to the holidays to head back out to Ontario for more airside action. But Susan, and hello to everyone there at Ontario Airport Paw Squad. I'm sure you guys are doing an amazing job. Thank you. All right, way down on that Moss. A friend there in Ohio, WOHB 1390. There, Rick, with a $5 super chat. This is Galactic Communications, just completed 1,809 days uninterrupted, days straight feeding FlightAware, Flight Radar 24, at about the same with some breaks. Well, congratulations. And thank you, Rick, for all that you do, supplying all that information to all the apps, websites, and whatnot. What would we do without people like you, Rick? We'd be plane spotting like we were in the 90s, not knowing what we were seeing.
Line up and wait, runway 25 right there.
Air Canada 791, taxi Hotel Juliet, hold short, runway 25 right.
Okay, Hotel Juliet, short 25 right, Air Canada 791.
Release is flight 386 Air cost measurement, heavy, about 330 volt first parallel, 25 left, clear to land.
Copy traffic, and see about left, please climb, right, just climb, please.
Oscar 8861 has our hand Oscar, 5 right, and takeoff.
Now, Jocker, clear for takeoff, runway 25 right, and here.
right, full length, on a point, caution turbine.
Full length. Line up away. 25 right. For left setting. Now, 1331 official. 25 right.
1331 LAX Air, number 2, 25 left, clear to land.
Clear to land, 25 left, 1331.
For the first curve, turn out deck depth to hold short, 45 left. Exit to 798 LAX Air.
Moss now rolling down 25 right. Be some hot brakes on that A330. The gear is still down.
Alaska 1083 RNAV Doctor, over 25 right there for takeoff. Next 238 LAX Air, 25 right on a plane.
25 right on a plane, American 238.
Exit to 798 LAX Air, ready check.
Did you guys see my new luggage?
386, hold short run, 25 right, yes.
Air Canada Flight 791 committed from Toronto to 737 MAX 8. Want to see my new luggage? Showed it to you guys on BTS earlier. Here it is. You are seeing it real. This is real. This is a luggage. Comes in 3 different sizes. Now I feel like the QVC. It chops. It rolls. Of course, this is the carry-on version. Official Airline Videos Live luggage. Comes in 3 different sizes. Go check them out at shopavl.com. So far, I've been testing it. I've been rolling it to make sure everything is good. It's very nice. Very nice. I will use it on our next trip, that is for sure. Well, there you go. The official Airline Videos Live luggage. There at shopavl.com. All right, there's my QVC moment of the day. Next takeoff is flying to JFK, American Airlines Flight 238. It's an A321.
Driver 4893, RNAV Doctor, 25 right, full length, there for takeoff.
RNAV Doctor, 25 right, clear for takeoff. Driver 4893.
Last 1331, hold short, 25 right, air.
25 right.
Dreamliner, but right now the flight information has not popped up on my stream. It looks like Singapore is indeed heading to the north side. Shanghai Southern Cargo, flight 2535, coming in from Anchorage, just touching down here on the south side. This is a fairly new 777 freighter, just delivered in December of last year. Speaking of 777 freighters, I also have one of the two Korean Air 777 freighters now pushing back.
Charlie LA Air, cockpit 777 rolling out, 25010, 5 left, clear plan.
25 left, Airline.
Starter 2535, heavy, turn up down 8, turn up on Alpha, check out 175.
Turn up to Alpha.
You know, you guys are probably like, Kevin, the luggage is nice, but that's not what we've been asking for. We wanted luggage tags. Tags, Kevin, not actual luggage. I know. I know.
Aircan 791, ground 55, ready to get to the 175.
That's what the range is.
31, 175, ready to get contact ground point 75.
What's the cross runway 25 right, the ground point 75 is connected.
Expect to 798, connect to about a marker.
Going to departure, connected, 798.
American 32, LA Air, on 25 right, line of point, traffic crossing downfield.
Line of way 25
That Air Canada flight coming up from Toronto, now crossing over to be followed by an Allegiant A320 coming up from Tulsa, Oklahoma, flight 2386.
Full length Air Canada 557.
V was asking for new keychain. Allison says, we don't have any keychains. We used to. We used to give out the free keychains. Well, that was years ago. Did you guys see our new goodie bags? They're very fancy. I got all kinds of goodies here at the Hill.
LA United 8189, taking on Google 25.
8189, LA Air, number 2, number 5 left, clear plan.
First one, 25 left, United 8189.
So this is our new official AVL goodie bag. It says AVL goodie bag on one side. Of course, the other side is our logo. Well, there you go. I feel like these are going to be collectible items after a while because we keep on changing the actual bags. They first shrunk. Now they actually have the logo on. Maybe we'll change them up after a while. I do have, in case any of you guys want this, but you're going to have to ask for it. I'm not going to just hand them out. We do have Camp AVL goodie bags that were specially made for Camp AVL. We do have a few of those left. It has all Camp AVL goodies inside as well. Of course, these will be collectible bags as well, so we'll never print any more of these. So we got goodie bags. Of course, we don't ship them out. You have to come and get them here in person. American flight heading to JFK, flight 32, be followed by Air Canada flight 557 heading to Vancouver. It's a 737 at MAX 8. Wow, I gave you a keychain 3 years ago. It's been that long. My gosh.
Southside 735, crossing flight ready to Juliet, crossing Southside.
Good, 25 right. Juliet,
Canada 557, contact Juliet 95 today.
Canada 557 today.
KLM Flight 603, the second flight coming in from Amsterdam, arrival on the north side. Singapore Flight 111, the 777-300ER flight heading back to Tokyo Narita. Now rolling down to 24 left on the north side. Freighter should be taking off here on the south side. Stargazer Paul. Hold on one second, Paul. There you are with the super chat. This is Hi from the UK. Had my first go-round last week coming into London Heathrow. Quite the experience, I can tell you. Ever had one yourself? Yeah, we had... When Rudy and I went up to do the new Northern Pacific inaugural flight on that 757 up to Vegas, there was no return flight that day, so we had to book a flight back to Ontario on Southwest, and our flight back was a go-round, almost last-minute go-round too. That was my first go-round. Of course, no mention from the pilots or anything. It was just like business as normal. So a lot of people ask, do the flight attendants say anything? Do the pilots say anything? My experience, we did not have any mention of anything. It was just like nothing ever happened. It wasn't the most crazy thing in the world, but still Rudy and I talk about it and say, yeah, that was our first go-around ever. It's Brian 333 with the $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Brian. Sensei Kevin, TJIF. Dad, Mark G, 777 and I enjoying the show. Hello, you guys. How's it doing? Going up there in the desert north of us here.
25 right.
Change to 25 right and clear to land 25 right, 2227.
Thanks for right. American 1484, caution, 25 right at Juliet, now 75 traffic.
Cross 18 right at Juliet, contact ground, American 1484.
American 1484, crossing, 25 right.
25 right, American 1484.
You guys hit that like button yet? I know I don't bug you too much about it, but just a friendly reminder, if you haven't yet, make sure to hit that like button. Of course, share the stream with your family and your friends, and of course, if you're new to the channel, as we continue our trek to 1 million subscribers here on YouTube. I think we're at 845,000, something like that. Make sure to hit that subscribe button. We hit 1 million followers on Facebook last week.
Train 224 heavy traffic on final for the parallel traffic for
and of course, once again today, we are live on Facebook. Hello, Facebook. If you'd like to join the chat, come on over here to YouTube. Or you can just sit there and watch the stream on Facebook as well. It's the same stream, same exact stream. Giving it a try, see if it's worth it. Then again, it doesn't really matter if it's worth it or not. I mean, it's the same stream. It's not like we're creating a different stream for Facebook than we are on YouTube. Just trying to give you choices of where to watch. Korean Air Cargo Flight 224 sounds like a 25 left takeoff heading to Tokyo to Rita and a 777 freighter now lining up. British Airways Flight 281 coming from London Heathrow, the 777-300ER. Next arrival on the north side on 24 left, 24 right.
Right on Bravo, close to the Charlie 7, contact ground 175.
Well, it looks like there's a Dreamliner sticking out of the Qantas hangar. Looks like they're actually bringing it out.
Cross 25 right at Hotel 5 and ground 0.75.
On the Pond Airways in the Star Alliance livery flight 126, coming from Tokyo Haneda 787-9 Dreamliners, the next heavy arrival on the north side. Emirates on its way in, coming in from the east, not just 13 minutes out, possibly could be a Southside arrival. We don't know just yet, but like I was mentioning yesterday, Emirates was a Southside arrival on 25 left. Craig Russell with some exciting news. I don't know, Craig. Didn't you tell us that Egypt Air was coming back on a Wednesday? Do you have even more news? Craig Russell says, I got exciting news. Guess what aircraft? Oh, not airline. What aircraft is coming back next year? What's that, Craig?
French 1062, runway 25 right, line of away traffic, will cross downfield.
25 right, line of away, traffic,
Condor bringing in the Green Island livery, flight 2086, coming from Frankfurt on the A330 Neo, just 48 minutes out. What is it, Craig? You have me on pins and needles. Let's head to the north side, the Star Alliance ANA Dreamliner.
25 left, clear to land, set 918.
Craig, no. Craig, where are you getting your sources on that? Craig is saying the Concorde is returning. No, it's not returning. I haven't heard anything about that, Craig, but we're living in an age right now. It's a little bit scary, I'll be honest with you, because day by day it seems to be getting worse. A few months ago, there was a YouTube channel that was proclaiming that the 747 was on its way back with 2 engines, which was not the case. That was all made up, AI generated, and more than likely, 100% guaranteed, the Concorde is not coming back. Now, with that being said, Boom is redesigning a supersonic plane. Now, that will continue, but to have the original Concorde coming back, there is no way that is coming back. False news. It looks like the Emirates is indeed heading to the north side. Frontier Blanco, the Polar Bear livery, heading to Phoenix, Arizona in an A320 Neo, now taking off. Early rotation for this A320. Yeah, Allison is right. The president signed a bill allowing supersonic travel back in the U.S., but it will not be the Concorde. It is not the Concorde. And that has nothing to do with supersonic. The reason why the Concorde will not be coming back, can you imagine? No. The engines alone, I mean, my gosh, no. Those things were loud, smoky, gas guzzling. Oh, what's your name? Here, let me mute my mic here.
Hold short 25 right at Juliet, then point east 6.
American 513, contact SoCal departure. Good day.
To departure, 513. Good day.
American 274, wind 23012, gust 17, and F down, wind 25 right, close to takeoff.
Take off on the 25 right, on the down the right. 4.
So that 777-300ER with British Airways heading over to the southeast corner of Tom at Bradley. Some pilots coming by to say hello, grab their goodie bags, as well as their trading cards. Hi. How's it going? How long? What time is it? Is it 3? Probably another couple hours. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Is he here again? Or? Oh, there he is. Okay. Well, nice. Just coming back to do more plane spotting? Yeah. Okay, nice. Okay. Yeah, well, it's Mojave, yeah, geez. Not too far from Death Valley up there. All right, sounds good. I'll be here. Oh, there he is. Give me 1 second. We're doing the Emirates Flight 215 coming from Dubai is the next arrival on the north side on 24 right. So I'm not quite sure what caused the Emirates to arrive on the south side yesterday on 25 left. also pushing back that Air New Zealand 777 that came in as Flight 6 from Auckland, and that will be towed over to the remote area of LAX.
United 2688 Heavy on Tower, 4010, best 25 left, clear to land.
5 left, clear to land, United 2688 Heavy.
ITA is on the radar. I have not seen it push back just yet. United Airlines Flight 2688 coming up from New York and a 777-200 next. Heavy arrival here on the south side. The Dreamliner there on Kilo in front of that 777 is that Star Alliance ANA. We'll be heading into the gates.
That's 507, only 10. 507? That's 507, Lima crossing, 25 right, hold short with 25 left.
25 right, hold short, 25 left, exit to 507 on Lima.
Did you guys like our new thumbnail for today's show? Wanted to make sure it was nice and bright to catch your attention.
Southside 90 exit right.
Exit right.
5 left of Lima, taxi out for the parking traffic, 4 miles per hour.
Cross 25 left on Lima, out for the parking, good there, 500, up to
Southside 90, taxi hotels, go back, 4 short, 155 right.
Hotel, go back, short at 2, 5 right, Delta 89.
United 2121, early Saturday, 25 right, 1 to 8.
Southside 25 right, United 21.
Runway 25 right, American 636.
Christopher Brown back with the $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Christopher. Says Airbus or Boeing? It all depends on the plane, Christopher. If I had to choose between the 737 current model or the A320 family, well, if you've watched long enough, you know what my answer is. Certainly the A320 family. I do not like the 737. I have not liked the 737 since the 200. I almost feel claustrophobic on a 737. I've said this before. I'll say it again. That cabin was not cut out for 3-3 seating. That was cut out for 3 and 2. The Airbus family, the A320 family, A321, that is a wider cabin. That is definitely made for 3-3 across. The 737, it should have been 3 and 2 from the get-go.
Delta 1219 to Southside BG 25 left. Delta 19, early Saturday. Traffic holding position with park right here, rising and 2309, Delta 25 left.
It's like coming from Newark on the 777-200.
7NG and 2309, Delta 25 left.
Yeah, that's the other thing, JP, you're talking about. The 737 is really low to the ground. Really low.
That is 2680, heavy crossroad 25 right into the aircraft. Ready for that.
Boy, am I allergic to something out here. If you guys are watching me on BTS, you're seeing me having to clear my nose every about 5 minutes. It's funny because I haven't had any allergies all week till I get back here at this exact same spot here at an Imperial Hill. It's the most bizarre thing, because you'd think if I had allergies, it would be widespread through no matter where I was, right? It's just right here in this exact spot.
Got it. 449 4010 now. Doctor.
All right. Well, it is just after 3 p.m. I'm your plane jockey Kevin here at Imperial Hill. Thanks you guys for spending your afternoon or evening or morning with me here. Good to have you guys. Make sure to hit that like button if you haven't yet. 3 o'clock hour should be getting busy. Should be seeing that with Lufthansa Queen pushing back. Should be heading up there to the door side and so much more. So stick around. Plane Jockey Rudy was going to be with me here today, but he is dealing with some family issues. His grandfather not doing too well, so he got the call to head back to the Coachella Valley. He left this morning. Rudy was planning to be here with me today as well as Sunday, but family comes first, as we all know. So Rudy is back there in the Coachella Valley being with family, and of course our thoughts and prayers out to the Silva family out there in Palm Springs. So thanks you guys for tuning in as we continue on here.
Tower, Southwest 3769 on the visual 25.
Southwest 3769, Nelly Tower, 2409, running 5 left, 7
Emirates making that turn on to Kilo and now head to the gates of Tom and Bradley. The flight taking off is heading to Vegas. United Airlines flight 2449. ITA and Austrian both up on the radar, but I have not seen either one of them push back.
Delta 19, crossing 25 right at Juliet, ground 675.
Cross 25 right at Juliet, over to ground, Delta 1219, good day.
Friends, Rhonda and Linda back with a $10 tip alert. Thank you so much, Rhonda and Linda. It says, hello from Airliner's International Convention Airport is a Delta paradise. Have a gift coming. Take care. Well, thanks, you guys. Enjoy your trip there to Airliner's International Convention there. I've seen some videos, some photos popping up on my Facebook and whatnot. Looks like a good time.
Visual 423, visual ILS, visual 25 left.
743, Airline Tower, 123, 010, 125 left, clear to land.
Runway 25 left, clear to land, just blue, 423.
Emirates now pulling into one of the gates there on the southwest corner of Tom Bradley. Austrian, the Johann Strauss special livery now pushing back from the north side. Like that may be a north side takeoff. It's flight 82 heading back to Vienna. It's a 23-year-old 777-200ER in the Johann Strauss livery. We saw it arrive here on the south side. Delta Airlines Flight 8 coming in from Seattle. A350-900. This could be a diversion. Flight 8 usually comes in from Tokyo Haneda. This flight coming in from Seattle looks like it possibly was diverted.
Let's
see here.
0.75 Southwest 3769.
Well, that's interesting. It looks like it was scheduled to Seattle. Is that right? Scheduled to Seattle, now arriving here. Usually a non-stop from Tokyo Haneda. Condor in the Green Island livery, flight 2086, coming from Frankfurt, the A330 Neo, just 30 minutes away. Craig Russell with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Craig. Sorry for the mix-up, Kevin. When I saw the news about Supersonic Concorde, I got very excited for it. I'd love to get more experience on fast passenger jets. Well, we do have the Boom airplane in development. I think that's our only chance for passenger supersonic travel in the near future. But things are looking good for Boom. Of course, also Jet Zero, also designing a new plane as well. So we should certainly have some new technology coming out in the next 5 years. So we just have to be patient. And maybe we'll get the new stuff before we get the old stuff, meaning the 777X. You know, I look at certainly all the new technology being built into new kind of aircraft. It reminds me of what we've seen in the automobile industry in the last 10, 20 years. If you guys remember, certainly when I was growing up, there was 3, maybe 4, maybe 5 auto companies here in the U.S. Ford, GM, of course GM had many different branches as well, and I think Chrysler, right? Chrysler, Jeep. Look at how many new companies there are when it comes to electronic cars. Tesla. Gosh, there's so many. There's just every day there's like a new car company popping up. That didn't happen a long time ago. If you wanted to buy a car, you had to choose basically between those major brands. And maybe going back even 30, 40 years, because obviously in the last 20 years, we also had a lot of Asian car companies, certainly a lot from Japan. But you know what I'm talking about. And I think in terms of the aviation world, we had 3 40 years ago, 50 years ago. It was Boeing, McDonnell Douglas, and Lockheed, right? And now look at all the new companies that are coming out with new designs and new ways for air travel. So it started with the automobile industry, and now it's certainly heading toward the aviation industry as well. Look at Boeing being the equivalent of General Motors.
That's 1363 LA San, 25011 or 25 left, clear to land. 25 left, clear to land, United 1363.
Again, this A350 coming in from Seattle. It's flight 8, usually comes in from Tokyo Haneda. Ryan becoming a platinum member once again. Thank you so much, Ryan. Awesome support. Yeah, sure. Cool. All right, thanks for stopping by, guys. Good flight back. Just checking up on Facebook over here. Are we still live? It looks like we're still live on Facebook. .38 of you guys watching over there on Facebook. 1.2 thousand of you guys watching over here on YouTube. Thanks, you guys. All right, Austrian heading up there to the north side. Was heading to Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas. American Airlines flight 1659 and then A321 Neo. So ITA is on the radar, but they still have not seen that push back, in case you're wondering. Have another Moss Air Cargo converted A330-200, this time coming from Mexico City, flight 3114, just 6 minutes out, would be a Southside arrival. Korean Air Flight 11 coming up from Seoul on the 747-8 Intercontinental, just 26 minutes away, will be a north side arrival. The comet tail that you see there, that Dreamliner, is not a tail we normally see at this time of the afternoon. Chris Schultz asking, Kevin, will we ever see flying cars? Yes, I do believe you will. Well, you know, they got those flying taxis, which is, you know, United is invested in those flying taxis, which is basically like a miniature, it looks like a helicopter slash plane. I believe United is investing in that technology there in New York to take people to Newark from the city. So I think we'll see those things first, which I guess you could technically call those a flying car, right? Now, would I get into that? No. You know, it's funny. I guess it's not funny, but if you guys have been watching or paying attention to social media this week, I have. You know, about a month ago, maybe a month and a half ago, you know, that Waymo, the self-driving cars that we have here in Southern California. You see them everywhere, except they're not here at LAX. I think the closest area you can get onto a Waymo outside of LAX is at the In-N-Out Burger. But they're all over Phoenix as well. You see them everywhere. Yeah, they've gotten some press here and there, but nothing too bad. Well, Charlie and I took one of those in rush hour traffic from the In-N-Out Burger all the way to Hollywood. And I gotta say, I was a little nervous about doing that, but it was a great experience. It was a great experience. There was no moment We took it to Hollywood. We took it back from Hollywood. That was about an hour and a half of being in that Waymo car, driving around. It did a really, really good job. And with that being said, I walked away from that and said I would do that again. Well, now this week, Tesla has launched its own self-driving taxi service, and apparently it's not doing too well on social media if you've seen the videos. Apparently the car is stopping in the middle of traffic. So it's interesting. I would definitely get into a Waymo again. Would I get into the Tesla taxi at this point? It sounds to me like it still has a little bit a ways to go. Certainly some companies are a little bit farther ahead in the self-driving experience. But good job to Waymo, because I'd get into that no problem. Or maybe the social media, maybe it's being overly dramatic, which it can tend to do. Here comes that Delta A380 flight that came in from Seattle. It's Flight 8. Once again, this comes in from Tokyo Haneda. I'm not quite sure if it's diversion flight. It doesn't show it on flight radar, so I'm a little bit confused. Well, I'm assuming that I am assuming that those flying taxis are piloted or going to be flown electronically like a Waymo does. JetBlue, Flight 624, heading to JFK. It's an A321 and next takeoff here on the Southside. Next takeoff here on the Southside, flight heading to Chicago here, American Airlines flight 1595. It's an A321. A320 Neo, now making the left-hand turn onto Bravo.
Contact Coast out of Park today. Oscar 3114 Heavy, turn left, label left and alpha, taxi departure, just 314.
Okay, to the left is Alpha 9, this is frequency, Oscar 2114. Hold it.
Up to roll, good day. Brewing 2687, 50.
Departure, get there, 541-46.
Friend Renat Adele with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Renat. This is Alaska, flight number 2146, SFO to LAX. Get ready, LA, I'm coming. All right. On our way to do some plane spotting here at LAX. Have a great flight, Renat. Next takeoff is American Airlines flight 1994 heading to Phoenix, is 737-800. Do the Korean Air flight 101, coming from Seoul, just off the coast of Malibu. Condor just over Riverside in the Green Island livery, the A330 Neo, committed from Frankfurt, flight 2086. That's up our friend Sam, BC Lucifan, gifting one airline and Videos Live membership. Thank you so much, Sam. Kevin Bagram with 100% super chat. Thank you so much, Kevin. Good to see you.
Vivo 511, carriage 125 right, on the way.
I can't believe it's been already a week. It has been 1 week already since we started our 24-hour live show. A week? Where did this week go? Boy, the time goes by way too fast. Flight to Phoenix, now take it off, 25 right.
1994, contact Silver out of Martin.
Okay, on 1994.
Tower 489, visual 251.
Quite the tail line up there at the west gates. Of course, we got the Qantas A380 Super utilizing the west gates here today. TAP Air Portugal also there, as well as Air Tahiti Nui. Of course, that's all on the east side of that terminal here at LAX. On the west side of the terminal, we have Norse, Air France, and KLM. Next takeoff. Viva, Flight 511 heading to Guadalajara. It's an A320 Neo. Is our next takeoff here on the south side on the 25 right. Flight that came in from Seattle, that Delta A350, just sitting there on Lima.
View 511, contact SoCal to park today.
Terry out with the $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Terry. This is Hi Kevin and Aviation spotters from here in Michigan. Hello there. Sounds like you guys are having some bad weather in Michigan. I know Chris was talking about some severe weather going on in Michigan. Possibly. Still a little hazy here. I mean, there's still, it's not June gloom, and I don't even know if we're going to get any June gloom here today. It's just a hazy day. A lot of moisture in the air. You can feel it. You can see it. It's that white kind of just looks like a film over the camera. We tend to see it more here at an Imperial Hill. If you noticed on Wednesday's show at Plane Spotter Paradise, well, of course, that is paradise. Nothing can go wrong at Plane Spotter's Paradise. I shouldn't say that because something has happened at Plane Spotter Paradise. Anyway, that's beyond the point. The point is, here at an Imperial Hill, we're a little bit farther from the terminals than we are at Plane Spotter Paradise. If you notice, the clarity of our show on Wednesday was the colors were just popping on that stream. That's because we're really close. I always say this when we post it on social media as well. When those planes take off, or even land on 24 right there from Plane Spotter Paradise on the north side of LAX, that is about as close as you can get to plane spotting here at LAX. Now, besides, you can be outside the In-N-Out Burger, the planes can fly over your head. That's about as close as you're going to get. But technically, if you want like a shot where you can stand and take photos and take videos, Plane Spotter's Paradise there on the north side is about as close as you're going to get. So the closer you can get, obviously, the less haze that you have to shoot through with your camera. So obviously, during the winter months, we tend to have more clear, cooler, crisp days here at LAX, which makes plane spotting here really wonderful in the months of November, December, January, as long as it's not raining. Remember, our rainy months start in December and go all the way to March. All right, ETA now pushing back. That more than likely will just stay there on the north side. Could be that Delta A350, the flight that came in from Seattle, is waiting for ETA to push back. So on Wednesday, we started a little bit late, and that was because we decided once again to use our camcorders, our Panasonic camcorders at Plane Spotter Paradise. And we had everything hooked up. Thankfully, Rudy was there with me, because if Rudy wasn't there, I really would have been out of luck, because I would have had to pack everything up and then walk back to the office with everything and start all over again. The camcorder, had a focus issue. It just would not stop not focusing. And so that wasn't going to work. I said, Rudy, we got to go back to the office. And so he ran back to the office and grabbed the Sony cameras. That's what we're using here today. These are our main cameras. With that being said, the quality was great at PlaneSpotter Paradise on Wednesday. The great thing about the camcorders, and I still believe in the camcorder for certain shows. With that said, I did order a new camcorder. It's the updated version. It's the one that Jerry, Big Jet Jerry, ordered months ago. We ordered that. It was delivered today. So I have not taken it out of the box yet, but I would like to take the camcorder back to PlaneSpotter Paradise, hopefully next week, because I can go wide. I can go wider at PlaneSpotter Paradise. I'm kind of stuck at 60 millimeters. That's about as wide as I can get with this Sigma lens on the Sony cameras. So I still believe in the camcorder. I think it still is going to work really well there on the north side. But it was not looking good on Wednesday. Thankfully, Rudy was there once again to run back and grab the Sony. But those, I mean, we got our use out of those cameras. Those Panasonic cameras, I mean, a lot of those have been with us from the start. Probably like, Kevin, do we really need to know all this information? I'm trying to make small talk as we have nothing going on at LAX. I have to find something to talk about. All right, Korean Air Flight 101, the 747-8 now in short funnel for 24 right. Condor arriving here on the south side in the green striped livery. This will also head to the west gates. On Wednesday, there at PlaneSpotter Paradise, we got the Condor in the blue stripes, the blue sea livery, arriving on 24 right, also taking off on the north side, 24 left.
Condor 2080 for 10 taxi hotel, Lima, crossing 25 right, taxi Lima Building. Condor 25 right and fly to the right, Condor 2086. Yep.
Winter mint. Actually, didn't they have candy canes for Christmas. They came out with a lime flavor, and it was green striped. It was lime. It just didn't taste right. Candy canes should be minty, not fruity. Craig asking about the Proud Bird. Yeah, they have great views there. You just can't see the touchdown from the Proud Bird. It's the only fallback, Craig. But if you can sit there, have some drinks, have some food, and watch the planes fly right by you. Condor cleared the crossover 25 right, as we don't have much action here on the south side at the moment. Speedbird, the 777 at 300ER, heading it back to London Heathrow, now pushing it back on the Kilo. The 767-300ER converted to passenger plane, lighting up, should have a Southside takeoff coming up. Air France Flight 23 heading back to Paris, and the 777-300ER next takeoff on the north side.
Horizon Air 2353 on aircraft, following a heavy off the north complex, caution disturbance, 65 right.
Flight 23 heading back to Paris. The tail to the north on this British Airways 777 should be a Southside takeoff. Outside United Airlines Flight 1855, the Dreamliner heading to Newark, also lighting up, should be pushing back from Terminal 7. Making that right-hand turn onto Kilo. If you guys remember Wednesday's show, remember we saw the kiss happening between the Korean Air and the Lufthansa Queen. That was quite the shot as well. I'm telling you, Wednesday's show. It was a great show. Darren with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Darren. Dan says, do you have any plans to go anywhere at the beginning of next month? I might stop by the hill and visit you again. If you're talking about July, we'll be here. Oops. We will certainly be here at every Sunday in July and August. During the week, it's kind of up in the air there, Darren. Let's see how everything plays out here You're right, Allison. It does. Condor heading into the gates. They're at the west gates.
Confirm United 1945 is cleared to cross 25, right?
United 1945.
Thank you.
How's it going? Yeah, you doing good? Last year? Was it this time last year? August, okay. Well, Rudy would have been here today, but he has stuff going on with his family, so. But yeah, cool. No questions? Well, I'll be around.
Wait, can I show my YouTube channel on your fingerprint?
No, we don't do that. But I can give you some stickers.
Wait, can I give you stickers?
Oh, do you want to just wave on camera? You can wave on camera, yeah. Give me your name one more time. Joel. Yeah, we can't do that. Because if I allow you to do it, then everyone else gets to do it. All right. Joel wants to say, he wants to wave. Joel, where are you from, Joel?
Washington, Dulles.
Dallas. They're on the East Coast. Joel, all right, wave to everyone right there. There he is. Dropping by. His dad also here. Well, it's good to see you guys again.
Hey, we just put visual 251.
Oh gosh, how old are you? 13. So I probably started around your age. Yeah. In fact, I think I was 17 when I was at Dulles. There when I was a kid. I've shown it on the show before. Yeah, I was 17. They're at Dulles back in the day. So yeah, that. We did this 4 years ago. 4 years ago, and yeah, just kind of taken off. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that was quite the day. It's you see where those fuel tanks are out there? It's just on the other side of that. You kind of see the mountain behind it. That's where it was. Yeah, I mean, we've had a lot of news media use our footage. That was just a heart-wrenching to watch that just unfold for the first 7 hours. But yeah, it was quite the day. So, well, good luck with your YouTube channel. Do you have Aviation on it? Nice. How long have you had it? How long have you had it? How long have you had your channel? Okay. Well, it takes time. Okay. Well, cool. Well, no, it's 840,000 something. A lot of them don't show up half the time anyway. What's that? Yeah, I just gave you some. There they are. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff in there. We go to JFK, we go to Chicago, we go to Alaska, we go to Boston, St. Martin. Yeah, we went to St. Martin, you know St. Martin? Where the St. Martin where the planes fly over you on the beach. Yeah, we were there this time last year. Gosh, that's been a year. Did you ever send me that photo? send it to info@airlinevideos.com. We do a photo montage at the end of our Sunday shows. We use photos from the last 4 years, so we'll include it.
Oh, wait, and can I tell you when my flight takes off tomorrow?
Yeah, send it. Yeah. What's that?
So my flight back to Dallas takes off tomorrow.
Tomorrow? We won't be live tomorrow, but our 24-hour cameras will probably catch it. Are you United?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Southside camera, more than likely be Southside. Oh, info@airlinevideos.com. That was an Aloha Air Cargo converted 767 heading to Honolulu, taking off on the 25 left.
Takeoff, 25 American, 1230 Arnhem Docker.
Yeah, that Lufthansa A380 Super coming up in Munich, flight 452, just 7 minutes out. We'll be arriving on the north side. Speedbird, continuous taxi down to Bravo, will now head to 25 right. Flight, of course, heading back to London Heathrow. And the Lufthansa Queen now pushing it back. Flight 457 heading back to Frankfurt. Darren's asking if any plans to do the show back at Dockweiler Beach. We did one last July. It's fun to go back there. But no plans just yet. I can't believe it's been a year since we were in St. Martin. I think it was a year this week. If you guys remember that, we went to Boston, then we went to St. Martin, then we came back to Boston. That was this week, 1 year ago. It's amazing how the year has gone by so fast. Flight was heading to Reagan National, Flight 6, Alaska Airlines in the 737-800. Norris heading back to Athens, Greece, Flight 512. Rolling down the north side on 24 left. Coming up on the top of the hour, almost 4 p.m. here in Los Angeles, California.
Livery Delta Sierra, heavy old Bell, 25 right, on the way. Last plane, go make
I'm telling you, if I'm back here at this exact same spot on Sunday, remind me, mods, allergy medication. I don't know, something's got me here today. My nose, I know it's TMI, my nose will not stop running.
United 935, 14 mile final.
United 935, heavy old Bell, 25011, left,
Clear to land on 25 left, United 935.
Livery 8 Delta Sierra, heavy 25011, and doctor, 25 right.
All right, Speedbird is our next heavy departure here on the south side.
It'll make 25 right, hit at 8 Delta.
We do have a CMA CGM Air Cargo 777 freighter coming from Mexico City, flight 8915, just 7 minutes away.
Friendly 805, ready golf, hold short, only 25 right.
British Airways 777 now rolling down to 25 right. The Lufthansa A380 about a minute out from arrival on the north side at 24 right. Let's head to the north side as we wait for the Lufthansa Queen to start her taxi. Flight 452 coming in from Munich, the A380 Super, now short funnel for 24 right.
Suburban from Bravo 1, 1372.
Can't 792, friendly. 790, taxi out for the park, good day.
Alpha to Park, United 772.
Canada 792, 125.011, and F Doctor, 125 right, clear for takeoff.
Run up Doctor, clear takeoff, 25 right, clear Canada 792.
The Queen now starts her taxi. We'll be heading up to the north side to 24 left.
Pretty good group of birds there on 792. Roger.
Got that second Korean Air Cargo 777 freighter heading to Seoul, flight 274, lighting up on the radar.
Next takeoff here on the Southside Air Canada Flight 792 heading to Toronto, a 737 at max 8.
Flight right, clear for takeoff, London, Doctor, 640.
By a heavy Boeing 787, wind 25010, runway 25 left.
256, 50 back, Scotty, 6490.
Air Canada 790, contact left on departure.
What about Air Canada 790?
Just had a United Dreamliner coming in from London Heathrow, flight 935. Touchdown here on the south side. The Lufthansa Queen making their right-hand turn into Echo, heading up to 24 left. Iberia flight 351 coming in from Madrid, A350-900 just 17 minutes out, coming in from the east. Air France flight 24 coming in from Paris under 777-300ER, just 28 minutes away. Still loving the colors of the tails sitting at the west gates here today. And it is officially 4 p.m. here at the Southland. Thanks you guys for tuning in here today. I'm your plane jockey Kevin here at an Imperial Hill. It's been a busy day here at LAX. Slowed down just a little bit, but it should be getting busy, so sit back, relax, I got you covered. Plane jockey Rudy is not here today. He is with family there in the Coachella Valley. Our thoughts and prayers with the Silva family here this weekend. So as we continue on here, thanks you guys for tuning in.
Heavy LA Tower, wind 240 at 12, runway 25 left, clear to land.
It's been a long night. 25 left, clear to land, with position.
Do have that United Dreamliner heading to Newark, now starting its taxi, heading down to 25 right. This is that American 777-300ER flight that came in really late this morning, coming in from, I'm sorry, this afternoon. Should have arrived at 6 a.m. this morning. Coming in from Sydney. I believe they're just going to be taking that over to the hangar. Tim with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Tim. Sappy Fry, yay. Thank you, Tim. Says, always love it, seeing the giant Lufthansa takeoffs and landings, even from the other side. Guten Tag and Danke Sean. Thanks as always. My pleasure, Tim.
Good afternoon, Tower 9378 with you on runway 27.
At a 378 LA Tower, wind 24011, Southside, clear going heavy going 777 on a 4-mile final, runway 25 left.
There it is, the Super. Should be making a right-hand turn onto taxiway Kilo.
It was 6497, turn right on Hotel and taxi to Gulf.
Right on Hotel and taxi. And hold short of Gulf, established 6
Actually, it looks like they're just moving that American 777 from one gate at Tom Bradley. It looks like they're moving it over to Terminal 4 now. I believe that 777 at 300ER is what they use to the flight to London. I'm not quite sure if that is, I would assume, is going to now delay that flight to London Heathrow. And a friend Full Metal Dragon with a $15 super chat through Tip Alerts. Thank you so much, Full Metal Dragon. Says always love the show and all your hard work. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Hold short up runway 25 left.
Runway 25 right, 25 left, back to 10
It's that 777 freighter. Next arrival here on the south side.
2396 LA Tower, wind 230 at 11, runway 25 left, clear to land.
25 left.
All right, hopefully we'll get a better shot of that. We'll go back to the Lufthansa King making that final turn heading into the gates of Tom Bradley. Looks like a turn off for Alpha 7 once again for that 777 freighter.
Right on Alpha and contact, actually text departure, right on Alpha, text departure.
Again, that was the CMA CGM Air Cargo 777 freighter coming from Mexico City, flight 8915. That aircraft is operated by Atlas Air. Korean Air Cargo flight 274 heading to Seoul, and the 777 freighter heading down to the 25s. The Lufthansa Queen is still sitting up there on the north side.
And 274 heavy, have two more arrivals and I'll get you off the left.
Turn at 274, roger, thank you.
Wait 10. Wind 250 at 10.
Lufthansa Queen now rolling down to 24 left.
Are you ready? And can you set Foxtrot?
I need a couple minutes. We'll set some Foxtrot after.
19. If you're not ready for it, that's fine. Taxi full length. Are you ready?
Full length, we'll need about another minute and a half.
19, let me know when you're ready.
19.
Pushing back the Qantas A380 Super, that was flight 11 coming in from Sydney, arriving here on the south side.
United 378 at Juliet, cross runway 25 right and contact ground point 75.
Alright, on Juliet, cross 25 right, ground point 75, United 378.
And awesome support from H. Dot with an awesome $50 super chat through Tip Alert. Thank you so much, H. Dot. Says thank you for the 24-hour stream, Kevin, Rudy, and the mods. It was so good to meet people I have been watching or chatting to for 2 years. It was a blast, let me tell you, there at the 24-hour live broadcasts, which started a week ago today. Thank you for making the long trek out here to California. It was a blast. Hopefully we'll see you, well, maybe next year. maybe at the New Year's Eve celebration high atop the H Hotel. I'll tell you, if you like the 24-hour, it gets even crazier on the New Year's Eve celebration. H. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Also like to say hello to everyone watching over there on Facebook, about 33 of you guys. 33 of you guys over there watching on Facebook, but I think on Facebook people just come and go throughout the course of the day. Thanks you guys for watching on Facebook, and of course if you'd like to join the conversation, you can head out over here to YouTube. Green Air Cargo, the second 777 freighter of the day, now lining up on 25 left. It's a 777 freighter now rolling down the 25 left.
Juliet, cross runway 25 right, contact 0.75 back, 319.
Towers Coast 3437, RNF Zulu 25 left. Tower 3437, LA Tower 1240 at 12, runway 25 left, clear to land. Clear to land 25 left, code 3437. SoCal departure, take place.
Contact 4.0, 152, coordinate 274.
All right, there, I'm moving this Qantas A380 Super back to the Qantas hangar. Just like this, as much as we like the H Hotel, the parking garage, and as well as Plane Spotter Paradise, this is a shot we just can't get at those three locations. That's why it's still important to come here to the Southside, to Imperial Hill, to give you all aspects of the airport. I think every location here at LAX gives you a different point of views.
Hold short of runway 25 right at Juliet.
Hold short 25 right at Juliet.
There will be no Nighthawk here tonight. Originally, the show was going to be Nighthawk, and Rudy was going to be out here with me today, but the plans have changed in the last 24 hours. Rudy needed to head back to be with family back there in the Coachella Valley, so they made the decision yesterday evening to push the show up to noon to do an afternoon show. We'll be back on Friday. Next Friday is July 4th. We'll be back high atop the H Hotel, giving you some Nighthawk, of course, all the firework action all around Los Angeles. So Nighthawk will be back next Friday high atop the H Hotel.
Visual runway 25. Mexico 642, LA Tower 12510, runway 25 left.
Still line runway 25 left, 6.
VLR is flight 1715 is the flight number. The A320 heading to Guadalajara. Next takeoff is American Airlines flight 1504 heading to Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas, an A321. Followed by that United Dreamliner heading to Newark, flight 1855. It's a 787-9 Dreamliner.
Hotel Niner, hold short of runway 25 right F.
116 stop is right on Hotel Niner. Forward clear is right on.
Holding in position at Lima, cross runway 25 right and hold short to 1.
We'll hold around 2.
The Tom Dreamliner now pushing back. Should be the flight to Santiago. Flight 603 is a 787-9 Dreamliner.
16, contact the city ramp and hold short of Kilo 1.
We'll go back to the ramp and we'll
Qantas Flight 15 coming from Brisbane at an A330-200, 6 minutes out, north side arrival. Following Cathay Pacific in the one-world livery, Flight 882, coming in from Hong Kong at a 777-300ER.
American 1504, wind 24011, RNAV down to runway 25 right, clear for takeoff.
Clear takeoff 25 right, RNAV to dock of American 1504.
At 1855 heavy LA tower, runway 25 right, last line.
runway 25 right, yeah, 1855 heavy.
Skyway 3437, hold short of runway 25 right at Juliet.
Hold short 25 right at Juliet, Scott 3437.
Set at 637 LA tower, plan runway 25 right, full length for Louis. Set at 637, hold short of runway 25 left at Foxtrot.
Hold short 25.
Added 1855 heavy wind 24010, RNAV down to runway 25 right, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff 25 right, RNAV down to United
637 at Foxtrot, cross runway 25 left, hold short of runway 25 right.
Cross 25 flash, hold short 25 right on Foxtrot 637. Good day, Airfront 2480.
Airfront 34 heavy LA tower 125.
It's a Sun Country. I was like, what is that over there? Sun Country 737-800 next to arrive on the north side. We're going to come back here to the south side. We do have that United Dreamliner heading to Newark.
Right, turn right on Bravo and taxi full length.
Stay close to 5 right, 10 right, Bravo, full length.
Skyway 3437, traffic holding in position at Juliet Cross, runway 25 right and contact ground from Southside. Juliet Cross, runway 25 right and contact ground point 75 speed up.
Keep the speed up. 2175.
At 1855 heavy, contact SoCal departure.
What's the SoCal following United 1855 heavy?
Next takeoff here on the south side, Alaska Airlines flight 1167, 737-800 heading to Portland.
Stand hotel to Quebec and hold short of runway 25 right.
Next arrival is Air France flight 24, the 777-300ER coming from Paris.
Mexico 642, taxi to Quebec and hold short of runway 25 right. Okay, taxi code 7 right. Mexico 642, hold short of runway 25 right at Quebec.
Quebec, way too far to the east.
67-123-011, RNAV Doctor, runway 25 right, clear for takeoff.
15 yeah, 25 right, RNAV Doctor.
Right, so 637, runway 25 right, line up way.
Line up way.
So the ATC controller is saying hold short of 25 right at Quebec, which is way over there. The flight coming in from Madrid, A350-900, arriving on the north side, now heading, looks like it's heading to the southeast corner of Tom Bradley. That's where the China Airlines A380, the flight heading back to Taipei, is now pushing back.
Vector 637, maintain 230
That's Air France 777 touching down here on the south side.
American 539, 25011, RNAV Doctor, runway 25 right, clear for takeoff.
I'm down for 6, I got 25 right, American 539.
Qantas Flight 15, the flight coming in from Brisbane, the A330. Next arrival on the north side.
Tower, transfer cross, runway 25 right, line up way. Line up way 25 right, American 143. Air France 024 heavy, transfer hold in position now, Lima, cross, runway 25 right,
Looks like Iberia continuing down at Charlie.
642 at Quebec, cross, runway 25 right, and contact ground point 75.
Roger, well clear to cross runway 25 right, for that on the side 175 for the
American 539.
Air France now crossing over.
Go to the bus right, 535, 539.
Darren back with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Darren. This is when I was watching the 24-hour streams late at night. There was always one ATC controller in charge of the takeoffs on both the north and the south side. Yeah, you're right. That happens overnight. Believe it or not, I'll add to that, Darren. When I was out here plane spotting during the pandemic, there was only one controller all day long for the whole airports. One controller for both the north and the south side during the day. That just shows you how we didn't have anything going on here at LAX. can get kind of busy. You know, that 10, 11, and 12 o'clock hour, I mean, there's a lot of takeoffs happening here on both the north and the south side, so it can get busy. SWAT Cats with an awesome $20 super chat. Thanks so much, SWAT Cats. This is June 27th, 1982. STS-4 was the fourth NASA space shuttle mission, and also the fourth space shuttle Columbia launched. 7 days, 1 hour, 9 minutes, and 31 seconds. Oh, those were the days, weren't they? Thank you, SWAT Cats. I'm going to get to the bottom of what I'm allergic to. It's probably right underneath my nose, too. I think it's this. Could it be that? I'm telling you, I did not have any allergies on Wednesday at Planespotting Paradise, and there's a lot of nature around us. I don't know, there's something here. It's got to be right in front of me, staring at me in the eyes. LATAM, the 787-9 Dreamliner heading to Santiago, making that left-hand turn on the Bravo. At the same time, China Airlines, the A350-900, the flight heading back to Taipei. Also, now starting this taxi, should be heading down to 25 right. Excuse me, EVA Air Flight 12, 777 at 300ER. Number 2 for arrival on the north side. Iberia kind of just doing rounds here, now going from Charlie to Bravo. We'll now head to the southeast corner. Cathay Pacific and the One World delivery of the 777 at 300ER. Looks like it's also heading to the southeast corner of Tom Bradley. Next takeoff here on the south side is United Airlines Flight 2377 heading to Houston, Texas. 737-900ER should be followed by that China Airlines A380 and the LATAM Dreamliner. As this A380 and 777 make their way into the southeast corner of Tom Bradley.
Sure. 2377 LA Tower, runway 25
I'll give you like one of these too. This is from the 24-hour feed.
25 right, United.
Cool, a little different. Yes, good to see you. All right, have a good flight back.
Delta AC-76 LA Tower, crossing cleared 170, departs parallel 1250 at 900 Southwest 1905, keep the speed up, craft will hold in position at Juliet, cross runway 25 right, contact ground 75.
Juliet, cross runway 25 right, craft 175, Southwest 1905.
We'll head back to the north side. EVA Air Flight 12, the 777 at 300ER. Flight coming in from Taipei. Next arrival on 24 right. How are y'all doing at home? Are we doing good?
Oscar 1399 with you, visual.
Got that United 737-900ER heading to Houston, flight 2377. That is the next takeoff here on the south side, followed by those two heavies.
25 left, clear to land left at 1399. 005 Heavy LA Tower, runway 25 right, full length, minus 1. Runway 25 right.
One of our great minds, Danny Dozendorf, gifting 20 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Danny. Awesome support. Danny was here last weekend. I think she was up for a full 24 hours. Thank you, Danny. I'm just sitting here, I'm laughing because I'm remembering that all of our mods, we had quite a few of them up there high atop the H Hotel, including Danny. I gave them all whistles. Remember the whistles? I don't know what happened to my whistle. My whistle's long gone. But anyway, all the mods were camp counselors there last weekend. We had a lot of fun. Up next, China Airlines, followed by that LATAM Dreamliner. This flight heading to Papa 8, day flight 7. It should be heading up there to the north side. Lots of giggling. There was a lot of giggling. It was like a soundtrack to a TV show.
LA Tower, 4001, 2511. Actually, 603 Heavy, wind 230 at 9er, RNAV to Oscar, runway 25 right, cleared for takeoff.
Mark Hogan watching over there on Facebook. Thank you so much, Mark. LATAM Dreamliner up next.
Taxi Hotel de Lima and hold short of runway 25 right.
At the LATAM Dreamliner heading to Santiago up next for takeoff here on the south side. certainly have a lot of content from the 24-hour live broadcast for our year in review video. Eva making that right-hand turn onto Kilo, now heading to the gates of Tom Bradley.
South 1112 LA Tower, wind 24010, runway 25 left, clear to land.
Runway 25 left, South 1112.
Runway 203 heavy, contact SoCal departure.
Virgin Atlantic Flight 141 committed from London Heathrow at an A350 1000, just 4 minutes out, will be a Southside arrival. Hawaiian Flight 10 committed from Honolulu, A330 200, 8 minutes out, also a Southside arrival. Caleta Air Flight 985 committed from Anchorage in a 747-400 freighter, 11 minutes out, just over Malibu, should be crossing over us here at LAX and landing here on the south side. Still loading up that Emirates A380 Super. Of course, it was running late again here today. It's been running late pretty much every single day.
LAX 3141 heavy is subscript preferred
141 heavy, LA Tower to 25 left, clear to land.
Stay land 25 left, 3141.
Big Q now pushing it back. The flight heading back to Doha on that A350 1000. That's usually a south side takeoff. Hello, Shelly Hayes. Shelly saying hi. Hi, Kevin. Hello, Shelly.
Hold 25 right at Juliet. Yes, 4,001.
West 4928, wind 23013, gust 18, running 25 right, clear for takeoff, line up Docker.
Line up Docker, 25 right, clear for takeoff, carriage, 29.
Right there, 2183, LA Tower, 25 right, line up and wait. 25 right, line up and wait, right, 2183.
Hello, Kappa 472, we have the detour, runway 25 left.
Kappa 472, LA Tower, cautioning service, Delta Heavy, Airbus 350, wind 23012, gust 18, runway 25 left, clear to land.
Thank you. You're watching the Facebook feed.
Right there, 2183, runway 25 right, clear for takeoff, line up Docker.
There we go. Someone coming up and saying, I follow you now. Well, he's watching the Facebook feed. See, that's why we got the Facebook. You never know where people are going to watch. So that is interesting what just happened there. there is they pushed back that big queue on a Kilo. At the same time, Eva was trying to make its way to the gate. Dude, that Queen heading here to the Southside, that Coletta Air Queen.
Alaska 1399, taxi hotel to Lima, crossing 25 right, contact ground point 75.
Conversion now about to touch down on the 25 left.
623 LA Tower, traffic crossing off building 25 right, line up and wait.
Line up and wait to 55, Viva 698
Gulfstream 3033 Uniform Charlie LA Tower at Foxtrot Conference 25 left, hold short, upper 25 right, advise and ready.
Uh-oh. Thank you, Allison. Apparently the DJ has started. If you guys are watching the Northside stream on the 24-hour broadcast, high top the H Hotel, tonight they're having a DJ up there. They do the little mixers. It's open to the public. You can actually head there. You don't have to actually have a room reservation for those parties. But they do have a DJ, and the DJ, of course, the DJ and our YouTube don't mix very well. That's the reason why we're not up there tonight. So the microphone has been muted and probably will be muted for the next 4 or 5 hours there on the north side, just FYI. Top Air Portugal, the A330 now pushing back from the west gates. Oh, Renat, that's not good. Just at the flight update, they just pulled us off the plane, getting another plane, they say. Well, I certainly hope so.
United 1498, LA Tower, 25 right, full length, line up and wait.
25 right, full length, line up and wait, United 1498. Docker 25 right, full length, clear for takeoff, 1498. So we've had 62 trades a day.
That was Viva Aerobus Flight 63 heading to Monterrey, Mexico in the A321.
Copa 472, hold short, upper 25 right at Juliet.
We're doing a North flight heading back to London Gatwick, Flight 712, 787-9 at Dreamliner heading to the Southside for a takeoff.
At Foxtrot 25 right, line up and wait, 233.
Trevor, I don't know what's going on. I'll be honest with you, Trevor. Trevor is talking about the algorithm here on YouTube. We have an issue, and I don't know what's going on. I really don't know what's going on. I apologize about that, Trevor. It's out of our hands. I have no idea, and of course, there's no one at YouTube I can talk to. But I'm glad you brought that up, Trevor, because I've been scratching my head. You can even ask Allison and Rudy. I've been scratching my head wondering why our viewership has been low, and it continues to get lower and lower and lower. And if YouTube is not pushing us out, well, then there's a problem, and we got to figure out why YouTube is not doing that.
Virgin 141 Heavy at Lima, crossing 25 right, contact ground point 75.
Lima, cross 25 right, ground point 75, Virgin 141.
1472, crossing 25 right, immediate contact ground point 75. Long-term 3 uniform Charlie, contact SoCal departure.
Departure, 3 uniform Charlie, go back.
W224, LA Tower, traffic crossing now Pilgrim 25 right, line Midway.
Virgin now crossing over flight 141, the A350 1000.
Short, upper 25 right at Juliet.
Short 25 right at Juliet. That's your flight.
Line flight 10 coming in from Honolulu is the next arrival here on the south side. Yeah, Christopher, I don't know. I mean, I've sat here and thought, geez, if we get shadow banned by YouTube, it's amazing how we're growing in every other social media but YouTube. And that's a problem because YouTube is our home. So we're not growing on at our home base, then we have a problem. And I'm trying to figure it out. And of course I can't figure it out because no one thing points toward anything. So I'm at a loss. The big Q now making that left-hand turn onto Lima. Virgin making that turn onto, I believe, is Charlie. I had heard a long time ago, Trevor, I'm talking to you, I had heard a long time ago that YouTube tends to push out smaller channels. And as we've gotten bigger, we're almost to 1 million subscribers, that, to be fair, YouTube wants to push out these smaller channels to the masses, which is fine. But if you're working as hard as we're working, it's not very fair. Yeah, you're right. And this has been going on for a long time. The amount of subs, you know, in the 4 years since we've been doing this, a lot has changed with YouTube. I would give you guys some insight. When I first started this channel, you needed, and I think you still need to have at least 4,000, is it 4,000, maybe a 1,000 subs and 4,000 watch hours in order to be monetized, which is pretty much has stayed the same. The one thing that changed, which I completely 100% disagree, that YouTube should have never have done this, and they saturated the market when it comes to memberships. To have memberships on your channel back in the day, and this would have been less than 4 years ago, you needed 100,000 subscribers on your YouTube channel in order to offer memberships. They lowered that. I think all you need now is 1,000 subscribers. So we went from 100,000 subscribers to 1,000. So now everybody can offer memberships. So I think they oversaturated the market, in my opinion, by doing that. Maybe they've made more money that way, maybe they haven't, but it certainly has not helped the hardworking channels like us that work to get that 100,000 subs. At the same time that that happened, all of a sudden YouTube comes out and says, well, subs are not a big deal anymore. Okay, well, we're almost to 1 million subs. Apparently that doesn't matter anymore. So the whole playing game has changed in the last 4 years, and it keeps on changing. Meanwhile, you know, us hardworking YouTubers are trying to meet certain goals in order to grow the channel and get to a point where we can feel secure in it, and they keep on changing the rules, which is not good, because I really do like YouTube. I think out of all those social media networks, I think YouTube really does treat their creators the best, but when you keep on putting the goalpost further away, it's a little, it can be a tad annoying. So people always say, well, Kevin, you're almost at 1 million subscribers. Isn't that a big deal? Well, it would have been a big deal 5 years ago. Now it doesn't matter. You might ask, well, you're going to get 1 million subscribers. What is that going to do? Nothing. You get a gold plaque, and that's about it. I'm not quite sure if it's going to change our daily viewing numbers. I don't think it's going to change anything, because as Fleet just said, it's strange that your subscriber numbers increase, but the live viewers have been decreasing, and we've noticed that, and we can't understand why it is. I mean, it could be a lot of things. It could be oversaturation of the market. Obviously, there's a lot more LAX streams than there was 4 years ago. There's a lot more live streams at other airports around the world. I'm sure it's been oversaturated, and it keeps on being overly saturated. And there's nothing we can do about it except in trying to give the best product that we can to all of you, which that's our goal. Keep trying new things and keep moving along. That's the Cathay Air Queen that we just saw fly over us.
Longbow 71 Yankee Heavy, or 25.
Might have a go long on this one. No, it's slowing down. It looks like an Alpha 8. We do have the big Q as well as Top Air Portugal, the A330, both heading here for a Southside takeoff.
25 right, line up and wait.
25 right, line up and wait, American 2024.
We got that Norse flight heading back to London Gatwick. That is Top Air Portugal heading here to the south side. It's like Swiss also heading here to the south side. Flight 40 coming in from Zurich. The 777-300ER, now just 3 minutes out.
LAX Tower, good day, 640 Heavy, establish time is 25.
American 2024, and 25 right, clear for takeoff, RNAV Docker.
RNAV Docker, 25 right, clear for takeoff, American 2024.
This 40 Heavy LA Tower, and 25 left, clear to land.
725 left, 40 Heavy.
Have a little membership train going on here. Darren gifting 1 Airline Videos Live membership. Thank you so much, Darren. Christopher Brown gifting 1 Airline Videos Live membership. Thank you so much, Christopher. Allison N, one of our great mods, gifting 1 Airline Videos Live membership. Christopher Brown back gifting yet another Airline Videos Live membership. Thank you so much, Christopher. Christian S gifting 1 Airline Videos Live membership. Trevor gifting 5
Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much. Trevor, Christopher, back gifting yet another Airline Videos Live membership. Tamar A, gifting 1 Airline Videos Live membership. Thank you so much. So searching Emily, one of great mods, gifting 1 Airline Videos Live membership. O'Malley, gifting 5 Airline Videos Live memberships. Oh, by the way, O'Malley, officially a new mod here on AVL, just not officially today. Well, let's congratulate O'Malley. O'Malley, long-time supporter of the channel. Thank you, O'Malley. Full Metal Dragon, gifting 1 Airline Videos Live membership. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And Game Boy, gifting 1 Airline Videos Live membership. Thanks, you guys, for your awesome support. There's a new duck in town. Quack, quack. All right, we got the big Q as well as that top A330 heading down.
Hotel 7, Juliet, cross, 25 right, then over to ground, 2175.
Swiss, next arrival here on the Southside. Air Premium Flight 103 coming in from Seoul, the 787-9 Dreamliner, number 2 for arrival, followed by another Norse arrival, this time coming in from Rome, 787-9 Dreamliner, just 3 minutes away. Darren asking, how do you get to be a mod for the channel? Well, Darren, I'll tell you what, Darren. Here's how things have evolved with the channel in the last 4 years. When I first started doing this, of course, I had no idea. Things were a lot different 4 years ago. There was no one else doing the airport live streams, and if someone who I noticed would be in the chat a lot of times, including a lot of, we have some mods that are here from the very beginning. Gerard, they're in Amsterdam, one of our first mods. I think Gerard asked me one day, hey, can I be a mod? I said, you want to be a mod here? Yes, you can be a mod. And so we added a lot of mods at the very beginning. I think we had upwards of like 20 mods at one point. We had so many mods that we had somebody in charge of the mods. And we had so many that there was some infighting going on, and we looked at the situation and said, I think we have too many mods. And we got to be a little bit more smart about who we're letting into the channel. And I said, yeah, I think you're right about that. So how I have, a lot of people have asked me to be a mod for a long time. And there's kind of, I would say, kind of a waiting list, so to speak. A lot of our new mods, these are all mods that I have spent a lot of quality time with. Either it's at dinner or they come out to the events. I really want to get to know our new mods. And that's how I decide at this point. I decide just that. Now, I think there's some mods and other live streams that I think their mission in life is just to be a mod, and they're a mod on every single airport live stream. And not to say that we didn't have a few of those in our mods here on the channel, but that's just not going to happen anymore here on AVL. Big Q heading back to Doha. No, it's not that simple. Brandon says, if you buy a dinner for Kevin, you become a mod. No.
Iconic 547 to Foxtrot, crosswind 25.
Now we're asking, what do mods actually do? Well, I'll tell you what. The mods do such a great job. I can never do their job. It's a volunteer basis job, so it's not you have to report for work, so to speak. Basically, if you have time to help out with the channel, then you pop in, you pop out, whatever it may be. But the mods' responsibility are to watch the chat. You know, at the very beginning, we had a horrible time with spammers, and that has gotten a lot better in the last couple of years. But you'd have every other chat was like a spam, and go to this website for this and this and that. So that was really the mods' responsibility at the beginning, and it took a lot of mods to get through all that spam and whatnot, but it's gotten better in the last couple of years, and some more of the mods' responsibility now is just to kind of just make sure everyone's having a pleasant time here on the channel.
Clear to take off runway 25 left.
547 LA Tower, caution with turbulence, your discretion, 25 right, line up and wave traffic, full cross downfield.
5 right, line up and wave.
That is the next Norse flight coming in from Rome. I think this is what, number 4? We got TAP Air Portugal, the A330 Neo next up.
Delta 1517 and Julia caution 25 right, passing down 47. Air Portugal 4, bound landing, contact SoCal departure. Delta 1024 and Julia.
Swiss headed into one of the southeast side gates. Carlos CC 82 gifting 1 Airline Videos Live and membership. Thank you so much, Carlos, and Dolo the Great. Also gifting 1 Airline Videos Live and membership. Appreciate that.
Iconic 547.
It is officially 5 p.m. here in the Southland. I am your plane jockey, Kevin, here at Imperial Hill. 5 hours already of great plane spotting here at LAX. Hope you guys have enjoyed the show. We'll be on just a tad longer here, so sit back, relax. We got you covered. If you haven't yet, make sure to hit that like button, share this thing with your family and your friends, and of course subscribe if you haven't yet. I see Plane Jockey Rudy is in the chat. I've been talking about you all day long today, Rudy. Thoughts and prayers with you and your family there in the Coachella Valley. We're all sending you good vibes, certainly in the chat as well. We're thinking of you. Wish you were here. We all understand.
4011 and 251, good land.
Good land on 25 left, 31,
1863, hold short, up on 25 right at Juliet.
55 right, Juliet.
Celia Al with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Celia. This is Aloha, Mayor of LAX. Would love to hear the podcast with both Later Tater and Captain JC. Always proud of you, Kevin. Oh, we got them both on, well, anywhere you get your podcast. Plane Jockey's podcast. Both those podcasts are already taped years ago. Oh my gosh. Years ago. I haven't seen this livery in a while. This is the retro livery. Canyon Blue Retro in the 737 MAX 8. In fact, we were in Phoenix the day that they took delivery of this aircraft. Do you guys remember that? They took delivery of two 737 MAX 8s. One of them was this plane. That was a few years ago as well there at Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport. This is my favorite color livery of Southwest. The Canyon Blue. I used to fly Southwest all the time from Phoenix to Vegas and whatnot, and I really did not like the well, I used to call it the puke color. The retro 737 MAX 8, they call it gold. It looks more gold than it did when it was originally out. It did not look that gold to me. It looked like pea soup. I never liked the old Southwest color scheme, and when they brought this new Canyon Blue out, I was in Phoenix working in the news media. I was so excited. I was like, yes, the blue. They've gotten rid of the pea soup.
Friendly 806, turn left heading 201.
Yeah, it's pretty sad. This is the only Canyon Blue out there now.
Friendly 806, contact SoCal departure.
Over there, departure, 06.
That's 4962, LA Tower, you ready?
We're ready.
That's 4962, runway 25 right, clear for takeoff, right up Docker.
25 right, on that dock. We're taking off the table, 45.
Ken says it looked like old pea soup butter. It is just ugly. I did not like it. The gold retro is okay, but you know what I'm talking about. The original color of that livery, at least in the 80s, early 90s, it did not look gold. Maybe it started off gold, but it certainly did not look like gold toward the end. Of course, those were the days, the party seats. Gosh, when you really think about it, boy, Southwest has been through a lot. Look what it's... Do you guys remember the party seats? I've talked about it many times here on the channel. So basically had, I don't know how many rows, maybe every 10 rows, every 15 rows around, so they would face the next row. And so if you had a party, a lot of people would like the party seats. Obviously, when I used to go with friends to Vegas from Phoenix, we'd all get the party seats. And so we had a big group, so we could sit there and stare at each other and laugh or whatever for the 45-minute flight. But if you got on within the party seat and you didn't know who you were going to be staring at, hopefully not for hours on end across from you, it was a little interesting. But they eventually got rid of the party seats. I think when they launched the Canyon Blue, didn't they take away the party seats? I think that's when party seats went bye-bye, is when they redid the cabin with the Canyon Blue, which would have been 99. Danny says, bring back the party seats. You really think they do that now?
4962, contact SoCal departure.
You want to sit in the party seats? It's going to pay a premium price. That's how they look at it now. Kevin, can't believe it's been a week since the big 24/7 show. Time flies. I just started to edit photos yesterday afternoon. I know we've been talking about that all afternoon. It's been a week already since we started the 24-hour live show. Thanks for coming out there.
Market
Good to see you.
Visual 25 left.
We'll be out in Boston at some point soon, hopefully. And Linda Kavinsky there in Chicago, gifting 20 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Linda. Awesome support. Of course, Linda was out here for the 24/7 live show last weekend as well.
Arctic Docker, first takeoff, 25 right, United 23 Condor.
923 Heavy LA Tower, 25 right, line up and wait.
That's a wait, keep it right, and 923 Heavy.
China Cargo Airlines Flight 222 heading to Shanghai in a 777 freighter. We're in at about almost 3 hours late here today. About to take off here on the 25s. We also have United Airlines Flight 923 heading to London Heathrow in a 787-9 Dreamliner heading to 25 right. Our next takeoff is United Airlines Flight 2221 heading to Kahului in a 737 at MAX 8.
United 923 Heavy, runway 25 right, clear for takeoff, RNAV Docker.
Clear for takeoff, 25 right, Arctic Docker, United 923 Heavy.
American 2000 to exit Hotel 7, hold short, upper 25 right, Juliet. 25 right, Juliet, American 2221, contact SoCal departure. 4894 traffic, off the right, boat 737 for the north Southside.
Air Premier heading into one of the north side gates of the west gates. Should be seeing the Emirates A380 Super pushing back here shortly.
Okay, waiting for three aircraft and full shot of parking.
Christopher Brown back with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Christopher. Says, I know you and have a soft place for America West. I have a A320 model I'd like to get. I'm sorry, let me take off my glasses here. I know you and I have a soft spot for America West. I have an A320 model I'd like to get to you. Let me know how we can arrange that. Well, thank you, Christopher. Yeah, I love America West. I mean, we do have a P.O. box. You can find it at airlineandvideos.com.
1286 Heavy at Juliet, crossing 25 right, contact ground point 75. 25 right, Juliet, ground point 79. 2960, return hotel to golf. I'll give you further. United 923 Heavy, contact SoCal departure. American 2002 at Juliet,
Is that United Dreamliner heading to London Heathrow?
484 Sierra, Juliet, LA Tower, Quebec, Austrian 25 right, hold short, upper 25 left.
Speedbird British Airways to 777 at 300ER, now pushing it back. It's flight 280 heading back to London Heathrow.
And Carter 4894 clearance, 4894 tower and 25 left, turn left. 25 left, clear to line, Scout 4894. American 3201, exit Hotel 6.
Yeah, it sounds very frustrating, Renat. I'm so sorry to hear that with Alaska.
Turn left on Alpha. American 3201 at Juliet, crossing 25 right, contact ground point 75.
Juliet, cross 25 right over ground 75. 32.
United 1656 LA Tower.
United 1656, visual 25 left here, just outside GT Kevin.
At 1656, reduce to final approach speed. Continue inbound. Traffic will depart prior to arrival.
So the final approach speed down, United 1656.
Speed on 40 Juliet. Contact ground point 75.
Asiana Flight 204, the flight coming in from Seoul, the A380 Super, just 10 minutes out. This flight also running 1 hour and 22 minutes behind.
At 1656, can you accept the import 25 right?
So British Airways, the A380 Super, flight 269, coming in from London Heathrow, 26 minutes away.
Cargo King 222 Heavy. Traffic on a 6 mile per hour, running 25 left, line runway.
Number 1, 25 left, 45 left,
That was 4894, next right turn, or is that wrong there?
We'll take the next one, guys, 4894.
No delay to exit the runway. Traffic is on file and fast waiting to depart. Hotel Southside 4894.
Okay, no delay.
And 1656, approximate turbines, the heavy 777 will depart, running 25 left, third land, wind 25010.
Roger, clear land 25 left, 1656.
Arcing 222 heavy, running 25 left, clear for takeoff, no delay, traffic on a 3 mile final.
Emirates A380 Super heading back to Dubai, flight 216, now pushing it back.
It's 4894.
Cargo King lined up on 25 left.
Cross 25 right at golf over to ground scouts, 4894.
At 1573 LA Tower traffic crossing downfield, road 25 right, line up and wait, and caution make service to help a heavy 777 depart the outboard.
Line up and wait, line
Cargo King rolling it down to 25 left. Come on, Emirates, come over here. Let me talk to you, Emirates. Come on over here. Just come a little bit closer so I can talk to you. Come on over.
American 1669 LA Tower and 25 left, third land.
Third line, 25 left, right.
At 1573, wind 230, Niner, running 25 right, clear for takeoff, line up long.
You ever seen Bob's Burgers? You know that cartoon Bob's Burgers? You guys have seen that, right? I really have never watched it. I just know of the show. There's a reason why I'm bringing it up. The mother on the show the mother on the show is voiced by a man. Did you know that? I think his name is Brandon. Anyway, he started off doing YouTube videos where some of them was like a New Yorker mother. Come on over. You know. So I can't remember his name. I think it's Brandon something. But if you look up the voice of the mother on Bob's Burgers, you can go find his old YouTube channel. It's really some funny stuff. And that's how he got the. I think that's how he got the job of being the mother on Bob's Burgers. Come on over. There's a video about the tree, the Christmas tree. She's all excited. She's getting the Christmas tree. Anyway. It was also a funny skit, which was a classic back in the day. Becky. Does anybody else know who I'm talking about? You know that skit, Becky? Becky? Anyway. No, it's not you, Brandon. You're not Brandon Rabbit. No, he's not the voice of the mother. Is her name Linda? Linda. All right, ANA in the Star Alliance livery, also with this tail to the north. Out of those two, well, we expect ANA to head here to the south side. United Airlines Flight 1170 heading to Honolulu at 777 at 200 also lighting up. Should be pushing back from Terminal 7. Funny story, speaking of Bob's Burgers, it's about as close as I've gotten to Bob's Burgers. I can't remember. Did they come out with a movie or something? Anyway, there's a Fat Burger, which is a hamburger chain here in Southern California. It's actually really good. Everything's made to order. It's called Fat Burger. And there's one on Santa Monica Boulevard, east of, is it technically West? It might be still be, I think it is West Hollywood. If it's not, it's Hollywood. I think the cross street is Gardner and Santa Monica Boulevard. There's a Fat Burger there, and they turned that Fat Burger, and I think that was mid-2000s-ish. They turned that into a Bob's Burgers for some promotion. There's some useless Hollywood trivia there for you. Thank you, Robert. Robert says AVL is the best live. Well, it's not live ATC. We're not taking a feed from live ATC. These are our own feeds. You're just talking about a live ATC feed overall. You can clearly hear both the pilot and the controller. Well, thank you. Appreciate that.
Airline 25 left, go 6336.
Fat Burger is really good here in Southern California. We don't have too many of them. Do you guys remember, since we're on the subject of Fat Burger, this has nothing to do with Bob's Burgers, but do you remember when David Letterman brought his show to Los Angeles, I think in 1993 and 1994, actually I think it was 1994, David Letterman brought his show here to LA, and Jean-Jacques Gabor and him drove around in a Pontiac Sunfire convertible, and they went to all these Southern California hamburger joints. One of them was Fat Burger, and of course In-N-Out Burger, Burger King, you know, all the main stuff. It was the funniest skit ever. Jean-Jacques Gabor and David Letterman driving around, eating hamburgers here in Southern California. I think you can find the skit on YouTube.
3894, taxi is South Juliet, crossing 25 right, contact ground 175. Juliet, crossing 5 right.
Asiana Flight 204, the A380 Super, next arrival on the north side. We do have the ANA and the Star Alliance Dreamliner heading here for a Southside at takeoff.
You're 2547, now I turn 25 left, there's 9.
Middle line 25 left.
Roger, they're checking.
taxi lights. Now on that Emirates A380 Super. Pontiac Sunbird. Isn't that what I said? It's Pontiac Sunbird. I had a Pontiac. What was it? It was their two-seater back in the day. After the Sunbird. Sunfire. All right, the Emirates making that right-hand turn onto Lima, now heading up there to the north side. I had a couple of Pontiacs. I had the Sunfire. Was it the Sunfire? It wasn't the Sunbird. The Sunbird was retired, and then they came out with a new version. I believe Chevrolet continued with the name Cavalier, but it was a totally different Cavalier. Pontiac continued with the Sun name, but I think it was Sunfire. Wasn't it Sunfire? It wasn't Sunbird. Anyway, I had one of those. It was a nice car. It was actually, I think, if I think about it, it was my first new car I think I ever got. I was in Louisville, Kentucky.
1430
Yes, Sunfire, Adrian. That's what I had. I had the two-door Sunfire. It actually had. It was really cool in the back. If you had, I think it was only on the two-door version. The Pontiac in the back would light up red. You remember that? I thought that was so cool. It was only on the two-door, and of course I didn't have automatic locks. I didn't have automatic windows. I got the cheap version, but at least I had a spoiler. But I loved the whole Pontiac logo lighting up at the back of the Sunfire. I thought that was the coolest thing ever. In fact, that's probably why I probably bought that car, because of that Pontiac logo lighting up. I just thought, seriously, I thought that was like the coolest thing ever. And then mid-2000s, I decided to get the convertible little roadster with Pontiac. Was it the Solstice? I can't even remember the name of these cars. It was the one that was in the movie Transformers. Remember the Transformer little Solstice? I had the GXP. I had the little sports version of the Pontiac Solstice GXP. I love that little car. It was a little speedster. Of course, I'm not a speedster. Those are the only two Pontiacs I ever owned. And of course, I had that car, I think, maybe for a year and a half, 2 years, and then I got laid off at Fox, and then I had to sell it.
Ticket 552, visual 25 left.
No, Allison. No. Hey, hey, hey. It's Adobe. No Adobe car for me. Oh, Kevin says his first new car was the Sunbird. Out of all the GM cars, I come from a GM family. My grandfather there in Lansing, Michigan, he worked on the assembly line at Oldsmobile. He put the cars together for Oldsmobile, and he actually made a really good income back in the day. So he was a line worker for General Motors, Oldsmobile there in Lansing. My grandfather had so many cars, he couldn't keep track. And then my dad also worked for General Motors as well. He retired early out of GM. And of course, everyone was expecting me to continue in tradition of working at General Motors. And by that point, things were not looking good for GM. And I said, well, I'm not going down that route. I want to be in TV. I want to work in TV. So I hopped in my 1984 Cutlass Sierra, which I had after high school, and I drove out to Phoenix, and that was the start of my new life outside of high school,
Over ground, 175. That's
driving in that Oldsmobile.
American 1502
Which
LA Tower.
we all know if you've watched this show long enough. I've told you what happened to that 1984 Cutlass Sierra. At my trade school in Phoenix, off of McDowell Road near Tempe,
6105 heavy, plan that and stand by.
I walk out of school
105 heavy, we'll plan 25 right.
and my car is gone. There's this glass on the
We
ground.
just passed a bunch of balloons just off our left-hand side.
And I had no idea where it went. Obviously, someone had stolen it, but I didn't know where it went. I had no idea. I went home, cried to my mom. I can't believe my car is gone. What am I going to do now? I don't have the money for a new car. Where did the car go? Oh, where did the car go? It just disappeared. And of course, later that night, I get a phone call from Phoenix Police Department saying that it had been involved in a high-speed pursuit, and your car is pretty much trashed at this point. Sorry. You can go pick it up at the yard. Of course, I had no money at that point, so I had no money to repair it. So I sold it to one of those scrap yards. I can't remember even how much they paid for it. And I just put a down payment on a Oldsmobile. What was that called? Oh my gosh. I'm getting old and now I can't remember. I've had so many cars in my life. What was that? Oldsmobile. What was that? Not a, was it a Chiva? A Chiva? I think it wasn't a Chiva. A Chiva. Hey, 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 a Chiva. It was a four-door Oldsmobile, and I think it replaced the Cutlass Sierra in terms of what they were selling at that point. I really did like it. I drove from Phoenix to Michigan in that. I think it was a Chiva. I think at least 3 times. So that'd be a lot of miles back and forth between Phoenix and Michigan. It wasn't a Chiva. A Chiva. That was a nice car. It was a nice car. And of course, that was an Oldsmobile Chiva. I think Chevy had its own version of that. Buick had its own version. That's how GM does it. I think they still do it to this day. Of course, Pontiac is long gone. Oh, and don't forget, they also had Saturn. If you guys remember Saturn cars, that was part of GM. So even with the Solstice of Pontiac, I think there was also a Saturn version of that as well. Anyway. We're waiting for a couple of heavy takeoffs here on the south side. In the meantime, we do have a converted 767 at 300ER heading to Phoenix.
Retreat, Foxtrot heavier and 25 right, 40 south side of Dom.
Next takeoff is British Airways Flight 280 heading to London Heathrow in the 777-300ER, followed by All Nippon Airways Flight 125 heading to Tokyo Haneda in that 787-9 Dreamliner wearing the Star Alliance livery. Emirates Flight 216 heading back to Dubai, lining up there on the north side. Cruise with the $2 super chat. Thank you so much. This is Pontiac Solstice. It was a beautiful car. You're right there, Scott. I loved it. 4 heading into the gates of Tom and Bradley. Still waiting on the Emirates A380 Super there on the north side. Still waiting on the ANA Dreamliner here on the south side. Christopher Brown back with the $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Christopher. This is what kind of AVL gear do you have on the Land Cruiser? I have one of our new metal license plates. That's about it. Got the metal license plates, the AVL Airline Videos Live. I will tell you guys, it's not as thick of metal as I thought it was going to be. Just heads up if you do order one of those. It's a little thin metal, but you know what? It does the job.
There's 4891 taxi hotel to Juliet.
Right turn, hotel to Juliet, Skyris 4891.
Mega 15 through 6, take call 25 right now, take off for the 25. 4891. Westbound hotel, then Juliet, call 25 right now, take off for the 25.
Hotel to Juliet, cross 25 right, and ground point 7, Skyris 4891.
On the phone 125, heavy contact, SoCal departure.
Contact the Fokker departure, on the phone 150
United Airlines Flight 1170 heading to Honolulu, 777-200 starting to taxi down to 25 right, still waiting on the Emirates. British Airways Flight 269 coming in from London Heathrow, just 4 minutes out.
PS 5900 heavy, clear land 25 left and going to Korea 1.
Turkish Flight 9 arriving here on the south side. KB with the $2 super chat. Thanks so much, KB. Celia Al back with the $5 super chat. Appreciate that. I should have clarified. Would love a 2025 podcast with Lydia Tater and Captain JC on the same time. Oh, them together. Yeah, that might be a little tough. I don't know. Captain JC, he's on the verge of retirement. He's still working a lot of hours. Later, Tater, talked to him in a while. Rudy has talked to him. I'll have to reach out to them and see what's up. Of course, we haven't done a podcast in quite some time. Speedbird A380 Super heading to the north side, 24 right.
Wind 24013, gust 24.
Sergeant 1170, we're fully ready. Ready at 25 right.
Also, China Southern Cargo, Flight 2536, heading to Guangzhou at a 777 freighter, also heading to the 25s, as well as Maz Air Cargo, converted A330-200.
Spirit 26 Romeo, Romeo Heavy, LA Tower, 25 left, cleared flat, Austrian Airlines Heavy 777, departing the inboard.
That one, the 25 left, they have to take some Romeo.
Event 5900 Heavy, turn left at Alpha 7, left turn Alpha 10. Correct, monitor down 0.75.
PS 5900 Heavy, left Alpha 7, left Alpha 2 park in monitor ground 0.75.
With an awesome $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Chris. Hi, Kevin. Loving the views from the hill as always. Watching for American Airlines Flight 137 from London Heathrow with their friend Michael on board to officiate a wedding on Sunday. Thanks for all that you do. Oh, big wedding, huh? 137. So that's the flight coming in from London. French beat. Next arrival on the north side. There it is, 777-200ER, just 11 minutes out. Should be a Southside arrival.
United 1229, wind 24010, gust 24 and 25 right, service takeoff, right now dock.
Right now docking, 12%.
Southern Cargo 25367. American 1657, on tower and 25 right, line up and wait.
Runway 25 right, line up and wait.
Park that 777 next to that A380 Super.
Southern Cargo 25367, LA tower. Southern Cargo 25367, LA tower.
I guess Molly is now officially a mod. Uh-oh, he's got the wrench.
2644. Romeo Heavy, safe parking.
Thank you, Molly.
Area 26 Romeo, parking 1 second.
Good luck, we're all counting on you.
American 1657, 25 right, service takeoff, right now,
I love all the flight coming in from Barcelona, A330-200, touching down here on the south side. We also have Condor and the green striped livery now pushing back from the west gates.
To Bravo 17 and hold short up 25 right.
Okay, Iberia 26 on the road, we continue hotel, holding short of Bravo 17 and runway 055, holding short runway 055.
1229, contact SoCal departure.
United 1229, switch departure, good day.
Sierra 26 Romeo Heavy, hold short, runway 25 right, at Bravo 17.
Hold short, runway 25 right, that's Bravo 17, Iberia 26 Romeo.
Down 3524, lead tower, accept the inboard.
Yes, we can take 25 right.
Down 3524, change runway 25 right.
Only 2 miles per wind, go at 35 right.
Emirates to the south could be heading up there to the north side. Though we've seen it go up there, make a right-hand or left-hand turn onto Delta and head back here to the south side. Chris, Flight 137, coming in from London Heathrow, American Airlines Flight 137, the 777 at 200 ER, just 7 minutes out, still looking like a Southside arrival coming up.
Yeah, that's 3524 confident. Wait for the 777 parked out for 6010.24.
Okay, thank you. It's confirmed we're clear to land 25 right for sky 3524.
3524, affirmative, runway 25 right, clear to land.
Thank you, 25 right, clear to land, 3524.
Oh, the 1795 hold short, runway 25 right at Lima.
Hold short 25 right at Lima, Delta 1795.
You're at 26 Romeo, Romeo Heavy, all the way to the end.
All the way to the end, Iberia 26 Romeo.
Southern Cargo 2536 Heavy, runway 25 left. Clear for takeoff, RNAV Hyper.
RNAV Hyper, 25 left, clear for takeoff from the cargo 2536 Heavy.
No, there is no Nighthawk here tonight. Originally, the show was going to be a Nighthawk show. Things have changed in the last 24 hours. We will be back next Friday with Nighthawk high atop the H Hotel. Of course, it's July 4th, fireworks. No better place to be high atop the H Hotel. We'll start at 3 p.m. Pacific next Friday. We've got the China Southern Cargo 777 freighter lined up for a Southside takeoff on 25 left. American Airlines Flight 137 at number 2 for arrival here on the south side.
Sierra Juliet LA Tower at Southside Crossing 25 left, short 25 right.
Speedbird making its way to the gates, still up there on the north side.
Right there, 2060 LA Tower traffic crossing now field during 25 right full length, line up and wait.
25 right full length, wait for it.
Ditch at 507, cross range 25 right, turn right on Bravo.
Cross 25 right, right turn Bravo, 65 Priscilla.
Victor in 2060, administration said hold short, traffic 25 right.
Hold short, 25 right.
Unit 4 Sierra Juliet, are you ready for 25 right extension contract? Unit 4 Sierra Juliet, earning 25 right at contract line up and move. United 2191 LA Tower, 25 left, clear to land.
Clear to land, 25 left, United 2191.
Dino 4 Sierra Juliet, wind 25010, running 25 right above track, takeoff. Turn 2060, traffic departing downfield, full length, turn 25 right, line up and wait.
25 right, line up and wait, right.
Condor heading up to the north side. We'll see if it makes a left-hand turn onto Delta, heads here to the south side, or makes a right-hand turn onto Echo.
correct, 2060, runway 25 right, clear for takeoff, RNF Docker.
And they're making that left-hand turn. So I think we're going to wrap up today's show after the arrival of American 777. And we'll see you guys back on Sunday.
Report here, Julie, contact SoCal departure. Vehicle 137 heavy LA
777 at number 2 for arrival. Jeez. Atlanta has 100 planes at the ramp that need hell inspection. This need the ATC ground, Gerard. Insane. It's been a bad storm heading through Atlanta. Speedbird now making that final turn, heading into the very southern gate of Tom Bradley there on the southwest corner.
District 507 or 25 right, takeoff. Takeoff 25 right, District 507. American 3033, LA turn 25 right, line up and wait.
5 right.
American Airlines Flight 137, the 777-200ER, committed from London Heathrow. Next arrival here on the south side, 25 left. There is no one at the hill. You guys seen this on BTS? Look at this. It's a Friday evening. There was no one here at Imperial Hill. Where is everyone?
2191 at Juliet, crossing 25 right, contact ground plane 75.
Juliet, crossing 25 right.
Cross 25 right at Juliet over to ground, American 137.
Everyone's at the Proud Bird. Probably.
Juliet 26 Romeo, Romeo, headed Bravo 17.
That sounds like fun.
Runway 25 right, contact ground plane 75.
Juliet 26 Romeo, at Bravo 17, plus 25 right, and ground 75.
Now we're running.
Flight 78, 78, LA turning 25 left, first land. Yes, 3451, LA turning 25 left, first land.
25 left, first land, was 3451.
Wind 250, wind 0.
Again, our friend Chris's, well, I should say, let me rephrase this.
Our
friend Chris Winchell, Debbie and Chris Winchell's. With their friend Michael on board to officiate a wedding on Sunday. He's officially arrived here in Los Angeles. Now heading to the gates. Welcome, Michael.
Hotel Juliet, crossing 25 right, ground 75.
And with that, I think we're going to call it a day. Just under 6 hours of broadcasting here at an Imperial Hill. Hope you guys have enjoyed the show. I'll be right back here just a few days from now for the big Sunday show, starting at 10 a.m. Pacific. I'll be here once again by myself as Rudy is with family there in the Coachella Valley. Again, Rudy, if your parents, all of you are watching, our thoughts and prayers are with you guys there in the Coachella Valley. Please take care. Thoughts and prayers heading your way. And with that being said, I hope you guys all have a great rest of your Friday night. Have a great Saturday, and we'll be right back here on Sunday for the big Sunday show. Thanks, you guys, for your awesome support. Thanks for tuning in. And thanks to great mods, including O'Malley. Welcome to the mod squad. We're all counting on you. Good luck. Thanks, you guys. We'll see ya on Sunday for the big Sunday show. Thanks, everyone watching on Facebook as well. There will be no Sunday show on Facebook. You're going to have to come over here to YouTube if you want to watch it on Sunday. Like Allison says, make sure to click that like button on your way out.
Master 3114, heavy electric, left, minus the way.
25 left, line up, number is back, 3111.
Polaris 78, exit Hotel 7 for Winston Fan. Hotel 7.
Oh, 7, where are you? 78.
Polaris 78, taxi yourself to Juliet Conference 25 right. Air 3114 heavier and 25 left clear for takeoff on that Piper traffic 7 mile final.
2 Southwest, 02 takeoff, RNAV Piper, expedite, 3111.
That's 3451 at Hotel 5, crossing 25 right, outside off like 75.
Hotel 5, crossing 5 right,
United 1718, LA Tower, crossing service term, a heavy Airbus off outboard, 25 right, line up,
All right, good night, everyone. We'll see you soon. Thank you, Chris.
Tower, United 1743, 25 left.
Right,
Yes. At 1743 LA Tower, caution, make 7's heavy Airbus departing 12510, running 25 left.